Welcome for your presentation then.
Thank you very much. I will take the stage.
Okay, fine. Please take the stage and let's listen to you.
Okay, just a moment, trying to figure out the movement of...
Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
Should we sit on this side? Okay, great, yeah. So, today I'll be talking about AI, superintelligence, multimodality, and discussing how AI for the future will look like. So the outline of my presentation is just looking at an overview of AI. We'll go into what superintelligence is, then have that discussion. Also discuss multimodality and humanoids. I know that all of these words might sound like buzzwords or mysteries, but I hope that my presentation can debug some of them. So let me start with, I'm having trouble with the control here. Okay, great. Yeah, so let me start with just giving a quick overview of what Cassava AI is. Cassava AI is the entity that I represent today. And you may have seen the Liquid Intelligent Technologies put outside, so please do come and have a chat with us. And we are championing AI solutions, looking at AI compute, sovereign cloud, looking at proprietary solutions, AI readiness assessments, amongst others. It looks like the presentation is not casting the way it should be on here. So let me just see if we can get some help. Yeah, it's not casting properly. Yeah. It was a PowerPoint. Yeah. So what do we do? Restart it? Okay, let's see if we can get it fixed in the next few minutes.
Is it working now? Oh, when you go to the next one. Why don't we, is it the projection in terms of casting?
Yeah, so we could get the next presenter and try to
Yeah, I think that's what I was going to suggest.
Yeah,
Thomas,
sure.
you want to go up and try it? While he fixes his. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes.
Once again, this will only work to switch to my presentation if it's centrally projected, which I hope you can manage. It's the presentation on the European Union Artificial Intelligence Act. Here we go. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be very brief. The chair has said we need to make up a little bit of time because we all, or some at least of us, enjoyed a long coffee break. It's my pleasure to give you just a snapshot overview of the European Union Artificial Intelligence Act, which is the world's first comprehensive artificial intelligence law. The Act aims to address risks to health, safety, and fundamental rights. The regulation also protects democracy, rule of law, and the environment. And let me see if I cannot control it. Oh, maybe I can. The regulation also protects democracy, as I said, rule of law, and the environment. As we have heard numerous times already today, in line with the focus of this year's TAIC, the uptake of artificial intelligence systems has a strong potential to bring societal benefits, economic growth, and enhance innovation and global competitiveness. However, and that's also been mentioned several times already, including in the keynote remarks this morning by the Honourable Minister, in certain cases, the specific characteristics of certain AI systems may also create new risks related to user safety, including physical safety and fundamental rights. Some powerful AI models that are being widely used could even pose systemic risks. This leads to legal uncertainty and potentially slower uptake of AI technologies by public authorities, businesses, and citizens due to the lack of trust. And disparate regulatory responses by national authorities would risk fragmenting the internal market. So for us in the European Union context, it's key to foster trust and accountability in the use of artificial intelligence. That's key to gain the public's trust in the systems so that they're used well, so that we can leverage the potential of artificial intelligence to address global issues. As we've heard, AI is a big disruptor that can be a positive thing, can be a negative thing. To make it a positive thing and a big enabler as well, we need that trust. So at the European Union level, we decided to put in place guardrails to ensure that artificial intelligence is developed and used in a way that is human-centric and trustworthy. That's been the EU's approach from the beginning. With that EU AI Act, a regulation applying in all of our 27 member states. And yes, we believe it's pioneering such guardrails. As you can see, we didn't develop the AI Act overnight. It's quite a process. For any one of you who's familiar with the way the EU works with 27 member states, we have a lot of consultations to do until we come to a final agreement, a consensus. So it has taken us the best of 6 years from the initial idea to where we are now with the adoption of the AI Act earlier this year. Many multi-stakeholder consultations at the level of the EU capitals, but also with business, civil society, and so on. Just to give you an idea, if you were to embark on a similar process, the time frame, but of course it might be shorter if you do it in a national context, not a context like the European Union. Next slide, please. So just an overview of the key elements of the Artificial Intelligence Act. As I said, it addresses potential risks to citizens' health, safety, and fundamental rights. It's a horizontal act. What does that mean? It means its provisions apply to all sectors. It provides both developers of AI technology and deployers, so those organizations, businesses, and so on, putting the AI system actually onto the market with clear requirements and obligations regarding the specific uses of artificial intelligence, while reducing administrative and financial burdens for business. And this legal framework of the EU AI Act will apply to both public and private actors inside and outside the European Union, as long as the AI system is placed on the market of the European Union, or if it has an impact on people located in the European Union. So that's an important one to be considered in the international context. You might be asking, okay, this is EU business, how does it matter for Tanzania? But if AI is developed here and deployed on the European market, the EU AI Act will apply to that. Next slide, please. Rather than inhibiting the development and the use of artificial intelligence, we believe that this regulatory framework that we have agreed on actually enhances the uptake of artificial intelligence in two ways. As I said, it increases users' trust in AI, which will increase the demand for AI used by companies and public authorities. It also increases legal certainty and harmonizes rules. So AI providers will have access to bigger markets with products that users and consumers appreciate and purchase. What it does also is, before a technology comes onto the market, it helps with the creation of what we call regulatory sandboxes and real-world testing. So the testing, the piloting is done in a controlled environment to test the new innovative technology before it comes onto the market, thereby not inhibiting, as I said, but actually fostering innovation by companies, SMMEs, and startups. On the next slide, you will see the very limited set of the types of applications that are banned under the AI Act. I don't read them out for you. You can see it yourself. Social scoring, biometric categorization. It's a very limited set of things that are not to happen, that are banned. I'm sure you'll agree that such type of applications don't have a role in any democratic society where human rights are applied. So that is the fundamental principle underlying the EU AI Act. On the next slide, you see who is responsible now to take this forward. We have the European Union AI Office. It's located in a sister Directorate General, so a sister ministry, if you will, to that I'm working in DG Connect. It has a big task now, of course. So the milestone that we have, the EU AI Act, is a big milestone, but now it needs to be put into practice. So we will have a whole cohort of experts working in that office to ensure the implementation. The office will also provide strategic guidance to the AI board, which is comprised of representatives of member states with specialized subgroups for national regulators and other competent authorities. And the office will encourage and facilitate the review and adaptation of the code to reflect advancements in technology and state of the art of technology. We are looking probably to increase the staff contingent working on this to 140 people in about the next 6 to 9 months. AI, obviously, like all things digital, doesn't know boundaries. You see on the next slide that international cooperation is very key in this regard, and our AI office doesn't only look at the EU 27, the European Union with 27 member states, but also at international engagement on AI. We seek to promote responsible stewardship and good governance of artificial intelligence. We engage in a multitude of fora, bilaterally and multilaterally, to support the setting up of a global level playing field for trustworthy, human-centric and ethical use of AI. You have heard in several remarks this morning by the excellencies, the ambassadors of the European Union and Finland about the EU's global gateway strategy. So that's our investment offer to support partner countries in different areas, including digital transformation. And we are using that global gateway approach also to discuss bilaterally, as I said, multilaterally, on AI. We have what we call the Digital for Development Hub, which is a platform of the European Commission and the member states to discuss all things digital in our external cooperation. And that is being mirrored, as you have heard this morning, also in Tanzania with an informal digital hub. So our delegation of the European Union and the member states' embassies are working together in Tanzania on the digital transformation and are at your disposal to further discuss, including on all things AI. And I'm very pleased that we have so many European experts that were able to join this conference. It really is a testament to the European Union's commitment to working with Tanzania on these issues. We built, as you see on my last slide, coalitions to carry forward that idea of trustworthy and human-centric artificial intelligence. So we work in a lot of fora, the G7, the G20, the OECD, Global Partnership on AI. As you know yourself, probably better than I do, everyone is talking about AI. That's not a surprise. It is the big disruptor, the new technology, and there need to be plenty of discussions going on at the international level, multilaterally, to agree how to deal with this. The EU, obviously, with the new EU AI Act, is well placed to play a role in those discussions, being, as I said, the only democratic body so far to have taken this comprehensive approach to the regulation of artificial intelligence. I have a couple of examples how we work with African partners. Just want to refer to the project that we're implementing together with UNESCO, because the UNESCO head of office was here this morning. So that's something that we are already pioneering in 18 different countries in Africa, and who knows, maybe Tanzania will also join the implementation of that project on responsible use, on ethics of AI in the near future. The European Union, and this is my last sentence because otherwise the chair will get up and drag me off from the stage, remains committed to bridging the digital divide and supporting capacity building in our partner countries, including in Tanzania. Please come to the EU delegation and member states representatives, and let's discuss your ideas for future collaboration. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Mrs. Thomas. A hand for him, please. I will summarize later on when we have our discussion for all of us. Mr. Alexi, welcome.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Alexi from Finland, and he said that I have 5 minutes with you, so let's see how it really goes. But still I need your support with this presentation, since I try to open a curtain behind the human centricity of what we have learned in Finland regarding the human-centric AI transformation. And I have to let you down, it's very hard. So we couldn't make it yet, but we try to do that. I have some presentation here, maybe, if I can have the slides shown. Hopefully. It should be like the AI, there it is. Yeah, thanks a lot. So, when we are talking about human centricity, we have to lose the idea of AI digitalization for a while. And we have to talk about us, you guys here in the very place. So if these functions proceed, I'm not sure if this works. So we can continue, as I have just 5 minutes left, or 4 minutes. So I come from the city of Tampere. As I mentioned, Tampere itself is a very small city in total of our population. But still, we have been built like AI and digital technologies for decades. So it hasn't been like a very different story from that we have done like in the hundreds of years. So it's basically just an evolvement of what we can do with the things that we have in our own hands. And I will talk about that more details when it comes to human centricity. Please go forward. So, and the next one, please. So what we are actually doing in Finland, as we were yesterday talking about metaverse, when we are adapting after the human-centric AI transformation and digital transformation, something new and bigger will be emerging when we are talking about the technology. So this is just an example what comes as we are talking right now from Finland. Just an example about the Vario technology is one of the most finest AR solutions which basically practices fighter pilots to learn to fly with the fighters. Just an example. But now we're not talking about technology too much anymore. So if we go to the next slide, and this question is for you. So key question is that how you are doing. So as I don't have time to have personal discussions with each of you, please raise your hand. If you think that you are doing quite well, raise your hand as high as you can. And if you are not doing so well, so put it like in some smaller position. So lots of are not raising their hands, so even you are not listening or you are not doing very well. So if you put the slides forward, so you will get more questions from this slide. So put every questions on the table at the same time. So regarding understanding human centricity is about understanding how our people are actually doing. And if we don't understand how our people are doing, then we really can't be human-centric, can we? So if you are just behind technology, if you are just behind AI, and you really don't understand how your people are doing, then we have a great challenge. So that is what is human centricity all about. These are real questions we have to ask from ourselves, from our population, and by utilizing data, we can cluster our population. I will give some example for that. So if we go 2 slides forward, so this is the challenge, at least in Finland. I'm not sure about Tanzania, but in Finland, our services are not proactive. So our services are reactive. When we have some sort of an illness, when we are unemployed, then the public services emerges. How crazy is that? If we would be proactive, then we would be concentrating on well-being. So if you just put two slides forward, or stop here, yeah, great. So the challenge, as we are reactive service mode, then we cannot meet the needs of the people in their real life events and situations. So that's why we need data about our people, about our population, and we need to do that in a human-centric way, meeting the privacy issues and do it in a cyber-secure way. Let's continue. So our role as a public administration is to create better conditions for people to understand their own overall well-being and to support them, helping themselves and their loved ones. The next slide. That basically means that we, as a governance, need to create a better solutions to understand our people's real situation. If I ask from you how your population in Tanzania are doing, can you answer that question? Can anyone? Do you have a report that, or do you have any well-being dashboard to understand real population's well-being situation right now? In Finland, we cannot do that. We don't have that data. We have started that journey. If you go forward and a bit more. and just put everything that you can find from this slide deck. So we adapted the idea of optimizing service provision around people's life events. So forget AI, forget that you have a governance. Think about your people and what kind of life situations, life events your people are having. What are the most critical ones? What are the ones that they actually need help and proactively in order to make sure that they are meeting the needs, whatever they are in their lives. So this is just a high-level concept we managed to build in the last 6 years in Finland, basically saying that, yes, from technological perspective, we can optimize service provision in the chosen segment of people. Since I have like -6 minutes and the bottle hasn't still thrown here, so I can continue. So if you put the next, all right, here. So this is real data that we started this journey. So as I mentioned, you need to have the data from your citizens as accurate as possible and as secured manner as possible. And you have to combine the data to better understand your people's real situations. Here, we adapted, we called it the Stiglitz model, as this is a Stiglitz commission from a decade ago, was introduced to the European Commission, and we just adapted that. So we applied real registers out of our society and combined them together, and if you put the next one, ta-da, here is 100 family types in city of Tampere. So now we can tell the tales, stories, real stories based on the data of how our people are doing. Isn't it good? Yeah. Of course, no one of us can understand what this really means, but if you put it forward, this is basically one place where we adapted AI and just one click more. Yeah. So this is like a model that we can ask from that how our people are doing, and we get a more precise like segments out of these total population. And now if you put the next one, we piloted this idea to optimize the service provision around these chosen life events and segments of people. So basically we incentivized any kind of service providers to bring value to their lives. These are basically just like food delivery services, vouchers to the grocery stores, and whatever those chosen people were needed. Forward. And it's also based on the investments, and the reason is that public spending is more precise. We know that, okay, now we have a recommendation engine that actually supports us to understand where to put our financial assets. So we have to make sure that the better people are doing, the less they require the hard public services. Go on. So this is my last point here. So empowering people through data basically requires the both things. So you have to bring the data back for your own people to make sure that their people themselves understand their own situation. And from the governmental perspective, you have to make sure that your government really understands how your people are doing. And the AI will help with that. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alexi. Give him a hand, please. And I welcome you. 5 minutes. Of this time it is working. Karibu.
Hi, everyone. I'm back again. Hopefully, my AI won't let me down this time on the presentation. So if we can have it put up. So while we wait for the presentation to be put up, just do another quick introduction. I'm Prince Abudu with Cassava Technologies, heading AI. And today I want to discuss about superintelligence, multimodality, and humanoids. And for those of you that may not know what that is, this is basically the future looking of AI. What we've heard today mostly has been about predictive analytics, the use of machine learning. Maybe we heard a little bit about generative AI, but I want to talk about what AI could look like for us in the next 50 years or in the next 10 years. So I'll just skip over here. We can go to the next slide. Next. Great. So what is AI? We've been talking about it for some days now. And for some people, AI is just a tool. To others, it's more than that. I consider AI to be more sophisticated than just a tool today. And the reason is that we have 3 classifications of AI that are commonly talked about today. There's narrow AI, general AI, and superintelligence. Some of you may have the term like artificial narrow AI or artificial general AI or artificial superintelligence. When we're talking about narrow AI, we're basically just describing that kind of AI that is specific to a specific purpose. For example, facial recognition or an AI that can play chess, that's narrow AI. When you get to general AI, you're talking about AI that is capable of reasoning. This is your GPT models in their future state, where you have AI that can mimic how human beings can think. Then when you go to the next stage of superintelligence, we can move to the next slide. To the next stage of superintelligence, we're actually saying that AI is capable of surpassing human intelligence. So if we thought that this is something that can never happen, then we need to rethink that. Because a few months ago, we actually had a company called Safe Superintelligence by one of the top scientists from OpenAI, which just raised $1 billion to develop the next superintelligence. So if you have an AI that is smarter than a human being, then you expose yourself to a lot of risks. So again, to the question of what is AI, I think AI is a digital species. What does that mean? If AI can think, talk, reason, see like a person, what stops it from being an entity, which is a person? So AI, being a digital species, is capable of surpassing human intelligence. It has not yet happened, but it can. Right now, we are sort of at the stage where we are almost getting to artificial general intelligence. And I'll give an example of the latest model from OpenAI, which is the model called O1, which has reasoning capabilities. The model before that was able to pass a mathematics Olympiad test to the tune of only 13% of the problems it was able to solve. But the most recent model is actually able to solve about 89% of those problems, which means the AI is being trained, and when I say the AI, I mean large language models in this case, they're actually being trained to solve correct and to know how to reason and answer before giving an output. So you have an AI that can take some time to think. That is actually the current state of the day. We can go to the next slide. So I'll just mention some of the briefly AI use cases. You may already know some of these, and we have use cases in healthcare, diagnostics, manufacturing, retail, customer service. Today, most of this AI is narrow AI. It's specific to a purpose. But with the advent of superintelligence and artificial general intelligence, you have AI that can solve issues like that humans are struggling to solve. For example, climate change. How do we solve it? We don't know yet. There's been initiatives around trying to solve that. For example, personalized education. How can we give a tutor in your pocket? How can we give you an agent that sits on your phone, that can be your doctor, that can be your lawyer, and you can work with it? And we're entering that era now of an AI agent. We can go to the next slide. So I did describe the concept around superintelligence and what it is. I gave some examples. This is pretty much still a very hypothetical scenario. But just to put into perspective, a large language model today when we take a human being and we give you books to read, you can read for 24 hours, do nothing else, and you would only be able to understand and consume 8 billion words. But a large language model can be trained to understand 8 trillion words in less than a month. So you can spend a lifetime reading and only understand 8 billion words, but a large language model can understand 8 trillion words in less than a month. So that means superintelligence is no longer a hypothetical concept, because if a model can understand that much more than you, can read that much more than you, then it can start to reason better than you. So you now start to hear things like IQ, EQ, where the model starts to have emotions, and AQ, which is action quotient, where the model can start to act on its own. So that is the picture of superintelligence, and I'll go to the next slide. So what does that mean for our future? It could mean really cool things, really great things. Space exploration is made easy. Scientific discovery is made easy. Drug discovery could take research, could take years. It could take years to cure cancer. But with superintelligence, it will take just minutes to discover new proteins, new drugs. This is a reality that is yet to come, and it also comes with risks that we have to mitigate. Some of them have been raised: ethical risks, safety risks, and there's risks of, if you have an AI that can self-correct and self-think, how do you avoid that? Next slide. So agents I just described, when you can have a lawyer in your pocket, a doctor in your pocket. Some of you use things like ChatGPT. That's already going towards that. You're getting a lot of advice from large language models because they know much more than you, and not just on a specialized topic, but on a general topic. So I think I'm getting to the last slide. So, not that one, just one back. So when you have superintelligence, what enables it? Multimodality. Multimodality is the process where AI just doesn't no longer understand text, but AI can see as well. You can take a video right now and AI can be able to describe the situation for you. It can tell you that I can see humans at a conference because it can see. Once you have that, you can package it into a robot, because the robot is able to see and interact with you, understand who you are, hear what you're saying, and actually have a feeling and emotion attached to that. So last week we saw Tesla unleashing their Optimus robot. So we are at the era where we have to be aware of what AI would look like in the future, and we have to continuously think, what does that mean for us? What can we do to ensure that it's safe? There's regulations to audit these systems so that they will not get out of hand. Thank you very much, but I'll leave it here.
Thank you, Dr. Buddha. We can now move back here. We can have a discussion. Dr. Buddha, when he talked about cassava, it's not the root, food, cassava, it's just the name. It is food. It is food. I thought I would hear about cassava. And how is AI in cassava then? Does the cassava go into stomach and have AI and knows how my stomach is or not?
You need to eat cassava to have energy to develop the AI.
Oh, okay. In that sense. Very well. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let me summarize what was transpired, because the next session will be a Q&A and a discussion among ourselves and you. So let me just summarize. Mr. Thomas talked about excellence and trust in the ecosystem. He talked about the aspect of it being human-centric, that AI, the regulations as such, they apply inside and outside the EU, and explain how that is done. But then of curious to us was the enhancing of innovation and the use of AI through sandboxes, and that was interesting. And then the issue of certain AI applications that are being banned. You had a list there. So these are things to think about when what do we ban and what we don't ban. For example, real-time biometrics was one of the things that was talked about. And then he talked about the AI Board of Governance in order to see how AI is being implemented. And then you are now supporting other countries and collaborating with them in terms of AI. So don't be surprised if people come looking for your ideas in terms of AI. Mr. Alexi, you gave us a use case of Tampere, and that it was human-centric. That was the approach of utilizing AI. And he gave us an example of Varho Technologies and what it is doing. And then he said your approach was to have the nucleus that said, how are you doing? And that's the basis of creating the human centricity in terms of the AI, whether it's physically and socially. And then AI being proactive and not reactive, particularly for the public sector. And we could learn from that, you know. So you learn to mitigate pre rather than post in terms of the usage of AI. And then you talked about the digital twin is something that can be utilized in terms of helping towards that being proactive. And then the extension of human-centric to lifestyles. And he gave an example of food. I saw that plate of food. It looked very nice, the food that was being portrayed there. Dr. Abudu, you talked about you told us there was narrow, and then there is general, and then there's superintelligence. And you talked mainly about the future, what superintelligence AI is going to do for us. And then you gave us AI having use cases in health, finance, and retail, and so forth. But then the intriguing thing was, how can AI superintelligence be an agent for the person, personalized to a single person to help you? If you're doing your maths, you're doing your research, how can AI help you come up with the results that you want? And then you talked about, of course, AI is also at the moment hypothetical as we look at the realms of LLMs and them having emotions. We've not reached that stage yet. And then you talked about that there are risks that need to be mitigated. So in summary, these were the three presentations that we had. So let me throw a question to each one of you, and then we'll open it up to the audience. Mr. Thomas, think about the applications to be banned. They are in the regulations as such. How do we, how do you know which regulations, how long did it take, or what was the exercise that said this should be banned? Because we are looking at our own strategy. It means that we may also have to ban some things. How do you come up to say this is going to be banned, this aspect is going to be banned, no real time, and so forth, biometrics, for example? How did you come up with that?
Thank you, Chair. As I said, for us in the European Union, it's been a relatively long and very consultative process. That's the nature of work at the European Union. You have 27 member states. They need to agree. It's a consensus. It's not only discussed at the level of the institution and the member states' governments, but there's been a broad consultation process, very participatory, with science, with academia, with civil society, to tease out what are the areas that we think should be labeled high risk and hence banned. What are the areas that are considered sort of medium risk, and what are areas where we don't see risk for the application. So that process, as I said, is very unique to the European Union. If you were to sort of replicate something similar for an individual country, it is inherently less complex because you don't have 27 countries that have to agree on it. From our experience, of course, where we come from, working on the principles of the rule of law, respect for human rights and so on, this was the outcome that we feel is appropriate. Other countries might choose other outcomes. For us, some things are clearly, as I said in the list, there are no-goes, like the social profiling, you know. The fact that you may have You may have received a parking ticket for not parking probably a couple of weeks ago. Should not be used against you when you seek to enter this the public day of this conference. You know what I mean? For us, that would be an unacceptable outcome of the use of AI. As I said, we stand ready to support partner countries in sharing information as regards the process that we went through, and supporting as well with capacity if partner countries want to, explore their own processes and maybe be inspired by how we did it in the European Union, but in the end then ultimately also find their own solutions, their own way.
Alexei, you talked about how are you doing, and you showed us the picture of the communities and everybody that is there being part of showing how they are doing. Then there's the issue of, for that to happen, AI collects data. When it collects it, how do you make it secure? How is privacy maintained in such an environment?
Yes, well, first of all, you need hard and soft infrastructure. As we were talking about the legislation itself directs us to make sure that everything is in a highly secured way. The second thing to consider is that Finland is a very highly trusted nation. So people trust the governance, people trust the administration, and we've been collecting registers for like hundreds of years. And there's like very, very high quality data in that sense. And so we've been also had the culture of making sure that every data is in a secured way. That was before digitization, before we digitized data. It was like from the church books. Everything has been maintained properly. So it's within the trusted nation. We just adapt that into the digital technology, and of course we have to make sure all the time that the ICT infrastructure meets the needs of whatever that is. And actually the biggest challenge is that we've been building the registers and the security of the registers based on the silo idea that they are in the register and nobody is using that. And now we have to go to the world where APIs opens the possibilities of the data. So when we try to understand how our people are doing, we have to also synthesize our data. So we don't need particular individual data that says that, Mr., your data tells about you this and that. It's more like we need the characteristics of similar people to tell like synthesized stories through synthesized data. And that is just one example how we need to tackle these challenges in the future.
So that means the data is anonymized then, not to each individual person then?
Well, not just anonymous, but more like synthesized. So you have AI model, and you can ask from the model that please provide me like 10,000 avatars. Those aren't real people, but those are characterizing the people of similar characteristics of that chosen segment. That helps our decision makers to make the decisions that actually support that kind of people in our society.
Okay. Dr. Abudu, the superintelligence AI, how do we mitigate that, in your view? I mean, it's in the future, but what are the things that you think should be put in place now to mitigate that for the future?
Thank you. That's a difficult question to answer, and I think all of us should be trying to answer it. So the first step for me is let's acknowledge that AI is not just a tool or a technology. We cannot equate it to the internet, for example. And the reason is that the internet, you can just use it for what it's meant for. But for AI, when you start to add reasoning to it, there are some risks. So the first one is autonomy. When you have self-driving cars, for example, they drive themselves, which means an AI can operate itself and make its own decisions. So there has to be strict regulation into those kinds of that kind of research that perpetuates superintelligence. The second one is what we call like recursive self-learning. So we have to audit AI systems to make sure that they cannot recursively learn their mistakes without specific safety guardrails in place. So that, because if that goes out of control, we cannot control that. Then the last part is replication. I think we're still far from it, where you see in fiction movies where AI can just get into a computer system and replicate across the world into every system. We're still far from it, but it's not an unreal thing because AI is trained on goals. So if an AI understands that my goal is to replicate, it will do anything to do so. So auditing the systems, putting regulation, I think EU is very good at that, as we have had, like in terms of GDPR and like some AI-specific regulations. Some countries are still lagging behind. The US can do more, and African countries should not be left behind in these regulations. Thank you.
So what I'm learning there is that as we build the algorithm, the AI, there should be a human mind that is seeing what the outcome is at that moment and then restructure it accordingly.
Yes, correct. At every step of it, there should be proper human auditing because AI cannot exist alone. It has to partner with humans, which comes to my point of that it's a digital species, yeah. And we are a human species, but we have to coexist.
All right, thank you. Now, Mr. Mungi, my brother from another mother, since your system was down for a few minutes, I'm adding an extra 5 minutes for the audience. If you have any questions, I open it up to the floor now. Do we have any questions, comments? Congratulations. Yes, over there. Microphone. Pale. Karibu. Unaruhusiwa kuuliza kwa Kiswahili pia. Tafsiri itafanyika tu.
Thank you very much for the good presentation. My name is Brian Kalinga, and my question goes
Where are you from?
Communication regulator.
Okay, fine.
Thank you. My question goes to Finland. You mentioned that it's the nation with high levels of trust, and in the ecosystem of AI, there's a lot of data exchange and all that. So I just wanted to know, how was your journey to reach to that level where there is a lot of trust, and if you have any thing to share, because I think it's really cool. And one of the things, I think, regulations around data, and I think Tanzania, we're getting there, but probably there are more issues that you could share. Thank you very much.
Whoa, what a question. Basically, the question is that how Finland has built like the trusted nation. Well, I can only reflect what I've been experiencing. Finland basically is as open nation as possible. Of course, we are also very small when it comes to population, so not maybe everybody knows each other, but it's rather normal that you can basically go to play ice hockey with the president, for example. It's very normal. So if you just happen to be at the same place, so there is like, and you can also leave your kids in the winter time sleeping outside by their own, because everybody knows that they are able to do that, and nobody is kidnapping them. So it's like within everywhere. So it's open culture. It's about how we meet each other, how we trust with each other, and when we are having like a common challenges, we try to settle them as things to be settled, not by challenging the people themselves, but the ideas and stuff that are on the table. But actually, if somebody knows how to build trust, then it should be like some sort of an Peace Nobel Prize for that person.
I think then the foundation for that is also the digital interoperability that is the basis of the data also being held private in terms of building trust. Is that correct?
Yes, but I have to say that we have to be also going a little bit back with our openness, because we Finns are, like said, we are like blue-eyed, and some of the countries that are not so like similar-minded that we are, so they can take advantage of that open data. So we have to also understand that what kind of data you can actually share, and with like which kind of like stakeholders. But basically the idea of sharing data and making sure the data actually brings value to the nation, to the people, to the organizations within your society, that is the primarily driver.
Thank you. Yes, sir, over there. And then we need a lady next after this gentleman.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Kevin Ramirez from the EIT Climate Kick, and I'm based in London. My question is to Alexi, and reflecting on some of your slides and the abundance of information that you're collecting, which ultimately is processed to provide value to the society and to your community. My question is, when do you stop collecting data? And when that data gets too personal, or that you see challenging in collecting data? Because I can imagine there is a big temptation of keep collecting data because it's important. Thank you.
Yeah, great question, and I believe you also can answer to that question. I love the idea of minimum viable data set. So the less data, the better. So in our cases, as I mentioned, we created the model based on the real data. And after we had the model, there wasn't like real personas within that model. So basically we just adapted the characteristics of the people. So in that sense, at least for now, it seems that there isn't like the amount of data that can characterize people's situation, even though we have to make sure that we meet the privacy issues. So if you go up to the northern part of Finland and you try to figure out how the people with the higher education with 3 kids are doing, there might be just one family. So we have to understand what is the fraction of the data that we can adapt in the chosen areas. So that's why we have to make much more precise, as we are Finland and we have so much smaller population and enormous amount of data about our population. So that is basically the key edge there.
Thank you. We have a question from the TNBC. Microphone here, please.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Wanga from Tanzania National Business Council. I would wish to relate your discussion to the AI impact on the economy. So I would wish to understand whether you have established so far how much, to what extent the AI is contributing significantly to the economy, and which type of AI. Is it narrow one, or generative, or super intelligence? And in the same context, if you can compare the productivity of the AI vis-a-vis the labor productivity, which is best, the labor or the AI? And what if the AI is super or is contributing significantly to the productivity? Who is going to buy? Is the AI also going to create a market for the products which are generated by AI, by robots? If everything is done by robots, and people are not employed and they are not getting any money, so how are we going to save our economy? So all those issues that are confusing me to some extent. So I would wish to learn from you. Thank you.
Okay. Thomas, do you want to address that? Oh, the impact of AI on the economy, on the GDP, and
yes, thanks very much. I think the longer we go into this question and answer session, the more difficult the questions become. I don't have the data to respond to your point, sir, what impact AI has on economies, obviously it differs from country to country. I'm sure that Prince might have a better idea of it. So here you go.
Oh yeah, that's a fantastic question, and I mean, in private sector we have to answer that question quite a lot, right? Like you cannot just build AI without seeing real economic value. So let me share some statistics on the global economic opportunity of AI. So by 2030, this is from credible data from one of the top Big Four consultants in the world. We expect at least 14% global GDP growth by 2030, over 15.7 trillion rise in the world economy, and the emergence of AI-first firms. And if you know, this year alone, I think a company called Microsoft, they launched Copilot, which is for productivity of firms. Some of people are already using that. But Copilot is reported over 70% productivity gain, meaning that we can now do more when we harness AI. And the opportunity has already started to show some results, like a lot of reports coming from hyperscalers like the Amazons are showing companies drastically increasing their profitability and economic opportunity. And I like what is happening in the city of Tampa, for example, because that shows that, you know, when you can increase the provision of public services, you're not just focused on the profitability of AI, but you also focus on the improvement of human livelihoods. And that in turn means the humans can contribute to the economy, and that increases the city's productivity and the city's economic potential.
Yeah, just briefly, what I'm a bit concerned is that the power of AI is within just few hands globally. So when it comes to foundation models, for example, you can forget universities. So basically there are just 3 or 4 private organizations who invest heavily on their foundation models. Of course, they have different proceedings. For example, Meta is utilizing Llama, and Llama is basically openly available for everyone. But still, the power lies within chosen few, and we have to consider that aspect of what is our position, what is our role in the age of AI, and at least I don't know that yet.
One last question from a lady. Yes, a lady there. And then we end. At least I'm gender sensitive, you see.
Hello, my name is Tatu Mikidadi from Public-Private Partnership Center. My question is about the sandbox. I wish to understand more about the regulatory sandbox. How did you guys set it up, and what are the challenges that you guys face in the first year? The AI solutions, the practitioners, what kind of challenges were you facing? Perhaps we can learn from the presenterhood.
Okay.
It's a very good question, but it's actually looking into the future, because we just agreed on the EU AI Act a couple of months ago. So this is looking into the future, how these sandboxes will be contributing to the development of AI solutions, and then the review, if you will, of the same before they can enter the market. So we should talk again in a few months' time, and then I'll have more information for you. Thank you.
So with that, I wish to say that we, after listening to what the panelists have said, I think we in Tanzania are on the right track. You have a question, I'm sorry, but I've been told to cut short. But then they are still here. You can always have a one-to-one discussion in terms of you. I think all of you are around. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, can you please give them a big hand? And we thank you very much for this discussion. Thank you. Over to you. A picture. Oh, okay.
Yes, time for a picture. Thank you so much, the presenters. and the moderator, Dr. Muramura, for the very insightful session, Building an AI-Empowered and Knowledge Society. Before we proceed to the next session, obviously we are running late, but the next session will be very short, and we make sure that we make the time by 2 o'clock for lunch. Please, if you have any question or any comments, we have 2 platforms. The first platform is Summit Point, where you can submit your question, any comments, and the second platform we have is the QR codes for submitting all the questions, comments, and if you have any complimentary information for the Tanzania Annual ICT Conference. For next session, we have a panel discussion and how ready is Tanzania for AI, launch of the National AI Readiness Assessment Methodology. I would like to welcome UNESCO for presentation and the panel discussion. Madam Nancy, a round of applause for Nancy.
Thank you so much. I use this one. Use this one. Yes, they do. Okay, so which one do I use? This or this? Okay, I'll tell them. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nancy Angulo. I know I'm standing between you and lunch, but we just beg your attention for this short time. So yes, here we are under the theme Building AI Human Capital in Tanzania. And the presentation from UNESCO is basically how ready are we for AI? We've talked about it, we'll be talking about it all day, but how ready are we really? And the presentation we're about to have is going to be helping us get to answer many of these questions as we launch through this consultation or through this discussion we'll be having with you today, the National AI Readiness Assessment Methodology. So without much said, we'll be interested to discuss with you this methodology for the assessment in Tanzania. And to do this, we have 2 specialists from UNESCO. If I may please introduce Mr. Hugh Gandiu Ngata, Program Specialist and Head of the Social Human Sciences Section at the UNESCO Regional Office for Eastern Africa in Nairobi. Karibu sana, Hugh, if you'd just like to say hello to everyone. And Shyam Krishna, Dr. Shyam Krishna, who is Program Specialist on the ethics of AI from the UNESCO headquarters in Paris. Karibu sana, Dr. Krishna. So our 2 specialists will be leading this discussion in the next minutes, I hope. So mine is to say Karibu. And Hugh, will you start? It's better to use this. You'll be pressing here.
No, I'm not doing the presentation. I'll just read the... Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. All protocol observed. Mine will be very simple, just to be a kind of appetizer for the presentation that will be delivered by my colleague, Dr. Krishna Shyam. And I want to start by giving the background vis-à-vis the conversation we want to have, and recalling that in November 2021, the United Republic of Tanzania, together with 192 member states of UNESCO, have adopted the recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence. This landmark standard-setting instrument is creating a momentum for countries around the world in UNESCO-led process towards its implementation, supporting various capacity-building efforts and multi-stakeholders consultation to advancing an ethical framework for AI governance and to translate the recommendation into national, institutional, and regulatory framework, and to build a national consensus on the shared vision for AI. Needless to repeat the messages that have been echoed this morning, being it from our Assistant Director General, Mrs. Gabriela Ramos, or the previous speakers, when highlighting or when reaffirming the timeliness on the conversation on the ethics of AI. And the previous panel, again, put that to the front in terms of how much do we put in AI and how much should we trust AI to harness the opportunity for any given country to make the best out of the potential of this technology and to achieve sustainable development. This is where the UNESCO actionable tool on readiness assessment comes into play. I will not dive into the technicalities because, as I indicated earlier, my colleague will do a thorough presentation on the recommendation, what is it, on the different tools associated to the recommendation, including the one on the ethical, on readiness assessment. What I would like to do, maybe, is just to echo the excitement already shared earlier by our ADG Ramos, in line with the many information that could be gathered when speaking about such a dynamic ecosystem as AI environment in Tanzania. So this 8th Tanzania AI conference is a true testimony of the booming AI ecosystem in the country. And there could be no better title to characterize this than the one chosen for this year's conference, Unleashing the Power of Artificial Intelligence and Robotics for Socio-economic Transformation. Allow me at this juncture to congratulate again the Ministry of ICT and the ICT Commission, more precisely, for putting together this important conference, which really brings to the front everything that needs to be assessed through the readiness assessment methodology of UNESCO, from the legal and policy framework to the existing skills and knowledge, as well as related gaps, but also the infrastructure in place for AI to thrive. The readiness assessment methodology will also look into the specifics through, for instance, socio-cultural factors, speaking about an important aspect as language. And in this case, for instance, Kiswahili, how much do we use Kiswahili to train data, to develop algorithms, to inform the AI we want to see that is really in tune with our own cultures. This was really well also reflected in the conversation when it comes to gender, which was the focus of day one of this conference. So documenting the diversity of localized AI-powered solutions is also key for the readiness assessment, as showcased by the display of creativity and innovation from youth in day two, as well as through the exhibition booths that we have right outside, where we see also a very vibrant startup ecosystem. So with these few and many words, we really look forward to have this opportunity for engaging on the readiness assessment methodology for collaboration with the Ministry of ICT, collaboration with the different stakeholders and partners in Tanzania to really document the process. It's about not just telling the story of a country, but specifying at which point the country is in its journey towards adoption, towards deployment, towards use, towards implementation of artificial intelligence. And I have no doubt that this diagnostic will be instrumental to have this status for the readiness of Tanzania. And with this, let me just now welcome my colleague, Ms. Dr. Shian Krishna, who will be leading us through the presentation of the UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence, as well as the readiness assessment methodology. And in doing so, really help unpacking the process that will support the country into the diagnosis of its status on artificial intelligence. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, everyone, for staying just before lunch. Thank you, and thank you, conference organizers, honorable ministers and ambassadors, and everyone else involved in making this day happen. I'm here, as I said, to take you through two specific tools. The main one being the recommendation on the ethics of AI, which, as was mentioned, has been taken up by 194 countries. I'm going to skip through a couple of slides just to get us to lunch in time. And the next tool I'm going to be talking about, which is what is being launched today, is on readiness assessment methodology. Next slide, please. So we've the previous session was very good precursor to the discussion that we're going to have here, because ideas of human accountability was brought up, the risks were discussed, and even the Honorable Minister mentioned the role of a developing country needs to have in this wider landscape, the global landscape of AI. So these are the risks that were already evident by the time ChatGPT came, and it just accelerated after the fact. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. Based on this, of course, the ethics was drafted and was a response to mitigating this risk, really, and because it is based on moving from, next slide, moving from what we all broadly agree as values that needs to be engendered in any framework that governs AI. For instance, our EU colleagues talked about the AI Act. We work closely with them in many projects. The broad framing under the EU Act, under what are high-level values mentioned in the ethics recommendation from UNESCO, broadly do match. This is true with other instruments as well. But what UNESCO's approach here is to take the values, make it into clear principles that can be adopted into actionable policy. The readiness assessment methodology as a tool that we bring to member states of UNESCO starts from that point, that we agree on those values, especially specific areas like transparency and accountability, or multi-stakeholder collaboration. That, testament to that is how many people have gathered here, especially when DG was introducing in the morning the diversity of thought that's already in the room. These are the values we all agree on, but how can we take it to the next step in making it practical in areas of policy recommendation and building up capacity for an emerging ecosystem, and also signal to the global players. Next slide, please. So, as I mentioned, there are three main values that are clearly reflected across the implementation. That is the rule of law, as the colleagues from EU mentioned just a bit earlier, and the human-centeredness that was discussed in the previous panel again, and the clear areas of biases that can be identified and mitigated in policy formulation, and not just in the development of the technology. So, for instance, these means that we have positive rights, but also clear areas of understanding impact and giving, going beyond just compliance, but enforcement for ideas like liability, and giving feedback channels for redressal, because if AI is creating impact, those who design it, those who govern it, must be able to understand what the user is going through. And this is all enshrined in the idea of making fundamental rights and rule of law and the judicial independence that we all agree as democratic values as being the base with which this practical policy recommendation is built. And that's how the project will also go forward in identifying what is already happening in the country versus what can be progress further, showcasing strengths alongside identifying opportunities. Next slide, please. So the framework broadly in the recommendation, the ethics recommendation, identifies multiple policy areas. Especially in this conference, they are very relevant because we started the conference with gender. We talked about youth and education later. And there is also clear ideas of technical infrastructure and other related sectoral needs. There are clear specific pathways that have been identified in the recommendation. I invite you to kind of explore that as stakeholders, because we'll be expecting to interact with you in the coming weeks. Next slide, please. So, under the mandate of the recommendation, which has been adopted by 194 member states, we have two specific tools, and I'm majorly going to focus on the readiness assessment methodology, but in parallel, there is also ethical impact assessment. The readiness assessment methodology is, as it says, it's a very macro level diagnostic effort. It essentially is a survey of quantitative and qualitative measures with multi-stakeholder consultation process, and it would give you a snapshot of where a member state is, where a specific ecosystem is, and how it can progress in identifying opportunities, working directly with the stakeholders. This would include the obviously focal points within the government, which we thank the ICT Commission and the Ministry for enabling, and key community members from the tech sector and ICT professionals that I see here, the academia and the research colleagues, and also civil society, especially in areas like gender and education that we've seen here. But that is at the ecosystem level. To actually implement that at level of organizations, mainly we were working with governmental organizations in procurement, but now it's also being translated to private sector organizations. It has been studied by players in the network in UNESCO, like Microsoft and LG, and they are engaging with us on that. So we also invite you to look at it more broadly, startup players in Tanzania, and engage with us in detail. That tool would help you align specific standards, including operability standards that Dr. Mulamala was discussing earlier, with aligning it to larger value systems that we want to establish in the design, development, and deployment of AI as a technical product. Next slide, please. So in the readiness assessment methodology, the survey, or trying to understand a snapshot of where the ecosystem is based on 5 areas, and as we were discussing, these areas are all interconnected, and they've been covered in multiple different ways in our conversation. But this framework gives clear indicators and sub-indicators that can understand more in detail where the ecosystem is in the journey of AI capacity, AI governance. Of course, I'm not going to go through all of them, and I invite you to look at the instrument that is published by UNESCO on its open repository. Specifically, I would like to say that it is one of the very few exhaustive list of indicators that can be used by all countries to understand where they are in a holistic fashion. Next slide, please. So this has been compared to other indices that are available for understanding AI readiness. We saw that was mentioned already by a couple of previous presentations. What we've tried to do in parallel with some of them, but this readiness assessment is also a precursor to some of the indices, is ascertain what can be the most holistic picture we understand of AI, not just as a technical tool, but something that has social impact. Next slide, please. So overall, the implementation strategy that UNESCO brings to the table includes multiple networks of expertise that we work with. At this point, we work with nearly 60 countries actively implementing these programs. These includes, of course, the readiness assessment methodology and the ethical impact assessment, as I mentioned. But there are platforms of AI ethics experts without borders. It's collection of experts who are from their own specific localized context, building up to a global network of AI ethics experts who can help in specific intervention in policy making and directing the ecosystem to be ethically aligned. And we have specifically women's network on the ethics of AI who have put out research on gender justice around AI and how that can be adopted more practically in an ecosystem. And we have Business Council for the Ethics of AI who, as I mentioned, we include major players in the network, but we're willing to kind of explore with startups to grow how a business view of AI can be more ethically aligned. And we do have our key event of Global Forum on Ethics of AI that happens every year. In the coming year, it's going to be in Tanzania. It's going to be in Thailand, Bangkok, and we will be inviting the ministry and colleagues from Tanzania to be representing their views and the journey that they've undertaken with the readiness assessment in that forum. And all of them, are also present as online resources, repositories in what we call as AI Governance Observatory, which I invite you to explore. Unfortunately, the last bit is a cutoff, which talks about our wider partnership, but I mentioned here there are already multiple partners who engage with UNESCO in multiple different ways. This includes the European Commission, the European Union. This particular project is also under Patrick J. McGowan Foundation, and we are always looking to widen the network from this point of view. Next slide, please. So how is this different from the other global engagement that we've seen? We did an analysis of how larger readiness assessment programs and like this have engaged with the global community, and we see that there are only 21 common countries across tools that are globally available, unlike the UNESCO's approach, which brings already 60 countries which are not represented elsewhere. And we are also connected to the ongoing efforts like AI Safety Institute, the AI French Action Summit, where we directly are representing the point of view that have been collected by our engagement across the Global South and representing a global ethical point of view. Next slide, please. So what does this mean for the next few months and weeks in Tanzania? Right now, readiness assessment is active, as I said, in multiple areas. We are looking at some regional expertise already in nearby states and also across Africa. Specifically, we have 25 in Africa, and I think 12 of them are at the finalization stage of the assessment being ended. And Tanzania will join that group, especially because we are also engaging very actively with the African Union strategy on AI. Next slide, please. So the next steps would involve also making sure that all of these conversations are engaged at the international cooperation. I mentioned a couple of them. This conversation started with the sub-regional fora and AI for Africa that started in 2022 and then recently in 2024 with Hug being there to represent this conversation. And based on that, we've identified some of the players that we can work with within the country. Next slide, please. And we've been engaging with them, and they would be representing us lead experts with consultants and stakeholders within this network. We are looking to broaden them as we go along in the next weeks. Next slide, please. That means that after the launch that we've had today, we will engage with the lead experts to identify what would amount to a national steering group and identify with the support of the ICT Commission and the Ministry, government focal point, and then have multi-stakeholder workshops, which I invite you all to actively participate in. And we are aiming for 3 locations in Dodoma, Dar es Salaam, and Zanzibar. And we also want to, in this process, identify opportunities for capacity building, which UNESCO can actively support, along with some of the key partners that I've mentioned. And we will come out with a country report which has policy recommendations directed towards actionable areas that you all as stakeholders inform in the report. And we will have continued engagement with the stakeholders as things progress. One area we are very excited about, especially in Tanzania, is as we've discussed the Kiswahili implementation of LLMs and also other low-resource languages and how it can be progressed. We are looking at projects like this as targeted engagement and capacity building that UNESCO can offer, bringing its resources together and working with national stakeholders. And next slide, please. So this is what we have. And given that we don't have that much time, and this is like the 3rd time I've stood in between the audience and lunch, I don't want to take questions, if that's okay. You can approach me and Hug and other UNESCO colleagues as we move on to lunch. So thank you. That's it.
Thank you so much, presenters from UNESCO, for your insightful presentation on the readiness of Tanzania on AI. Before we go for lunch, obviously we have one more presentation, 2 presentations, a short one. And if I can call Mr. Musa Wakabi, Managing Director of Sintel Africa, and Alma Wev, and the moderator, Mr. Dennis Karugaba, if you can come and welcome. But again, I'll do this in Swahili. Kwa wale wote wanaotaka kutoa maoni, kuuliza maswali, tuna platform 2 ambazo zipo zinatumika kwa ajili ya kuuliza maswali na platform ya kwanza inaitwa Summit Point, lakini tuna QR code vile vile kwa ajili ya kutoa maoni na maswali. For those who want to ask question, obviously we are running out of time, but we have 2 platforms. You can send your question or complimentary suggestion through our platform, Summit Point, as you can see on the screen, and we have another one with a QR code. Most welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Dennis Karugaba. I have had the honor of serving the ICT industry here locally and abroad for almost the last 2 decades. My role today is to learn as much as possible from the 2 gentlemen here who are going to present for us, but also perhaps I'm told that we're running short of time, perhaps ask a couple of questions for myself, and if time allows, maybe the audience can ask. But without further ado, I will ask the first one, Musa Wesuta Wakabi, to present on building resilience amid rapid AI and technological advances. You what? Oh, okay. So unfortunately, I'm told Musa is not here. But so we're going to go to the next one. The two gentlemen you see up front both come from AlmaWave, and they are going to present about development of the Swahili LLM, large language model, and the project launch. You're welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks a lot for having us here. We have a presentation, if you can put it up, please. It's the AlmaWave TAIC 2024-5. Anyway, in the meantime, without losing too much time, we can do an introduction on who we are. My name is Raniero Romagnoli. I'm the Chief Technology Officer of AlmaWave, leading the technology and the strategy of the group. AlmaWave is an Italian multinational company working in different regions and with several deployments in more than 30 countries worldwide. My colleague.
Hello. My name is Franco Martino. I am responsible for the international development of AlmaWave, and my main focus is Africa, and to be honest, my main focus is Tanzania, to be honest, so for the number of projects we are carrying on.
Okay, if we don't have the presentation, we can go behind, as we have very small time before lunch. Actually, AlmaWave deals with artificial intelligence since 2010, as we started with a vision to shorten the distance between people and technology, and to have technology help users with their decisions. Currently, we developed a lot of technology, proprietary technology in the field of natural language processing, speech recognition, and machine translation. And we ran hundreds of projects since the inception of AlmaWave, that was in 2010. Our aim is to use information and knowledge in order for users in business context or in public administration context, so it's a more companies-related technology, to use this technology to have users look for information, search them, use them, and take decisions based on that. Therefore, we have products going from conversational AI to natural language processing, search engines, and application of these within public administrations throughout Italy and other countries, and within private sectors in Italy, Europe, South America, and other countries. We have a data platform that supports this kind of use cases, and actually with this data platform we help users decide based on the data that we collect on several types of use cases, from smart cities, so helping authorities decide where to do what with their technologies, where to position surveillance cameras, what kind of footfall they have, what kind of presence they have in their cities, in order for them to decide on next marketing events or next projects or infrastructure projects, and so on. Actually, to do this, we built a lot of our own technologies, and within that we are building our own generative AI technology. Why is that? Because large language models today are built with a lot of public data. They are built with main focus with English and then translated into the different languages that they can understand about.
It's going now.
Okay, very good, thanks. Can you move some slides? I'll tell you stop because I spoke a lot. Next one. Let me give you one information related to business context, and thanks a lot for putting the slides up. Where we are moving is a context where companies and public administrations have a lot of data, they have a lot of internal data, and they want to serve their citizens and their customers.
Use the trigger, but you need to raise this side up, yes.
Like this? The top one? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Thanks a lot. Very good. Thank you. They have this issue of using all the content they have internally. Of course, generative AI presents an opportunity for that. The main problem nowadays is that we see
Someone can go on.
Okay, what we see in the market is that AI is a sort of magic box, and we want to connect users with their content, but the reality is more complex than that, and we need a lot of technology and attention to several different things in order to put in place an AI system. And I'm not talking about regulations, let me say, yet. Therefore, we need to look at data, we need to look at security, we need to look at compliancy, we need to look at orchestrating all these models that they are not by per se a magic wand to solve problems. Of course, we are trying to leverage many type of data. I'll try to skip this because this is just to say that AI is permeating many different aspects of our life. And if we talk about generative AI, currently the big hype with ChatGPT is not a new thing, actually. The hype is new with ChatGPT, but it's built on models that are coming from 7 years already. And the hype came into play because OpenAI put a chat on top of these models, so allowed users to easily interact with technology. There's a lot of... Okay, of course we need to take into considerations regulations. And regulations all over the place, of course, as a European company. We are dealing with European law regulations, and for us, the EU AI Act is very important, so we develop our technology with the EU AI Act in mind. On top of that, we have GDPR, because artificial intelligence is nothing without the data. And the data privacy is fundamental to develop artificial intelligence. And of course, we have the local Italian laws, and our Senate is issuing a decree on artificial intelligence. Let me move quickly on what we are doing on this thing. We think that AI is not really enterprise ready as regarding to putting in place a large language model per se. It has lots of difficulties and a lot of concern on public sectors and on businesses that need to be addressed. Of course, we have technologies that can somehow leverage the strength of large language model, that are very good in understanding language, and they are very good in generating responses, but based on facts that they are memorizing. And this is the first issue. And this issue often is known as bias. Other issues are known as hallucinations. So typically, companies want to avoid They want to avoid these kind of problems. And we face these kind of problems as final users, and of course, companies want to face these problems as well. Here we have just a couple of examples of biases and hallucinations. This is an important one, for example, because it means that sometimes, because of the data the large language models are trained with, there are biases within the model. This one is gender bias. So you would have a large language model thinking that a mechanic is always a male and thinking that a teacher is always a lady or a female. We have other kind of biases and hallucinations, and we face every day. And large corporations or public administrations cannot risk to give this kind of answers with the large language models per se. This is yet another example where the large language model is answering with its memories instead of answering with facts. I have a few examples that are running here. I don't want to show them all, so let me try to move forward because I want to arrive to a different point. Companies are experiencing this. They want to somehow access internal data, don't want to give this data to external companies, so sometimes they want to run the generative AI on their premises. Also, public administrations want that. They are extremely concerned about securities. They are extremely concerned about all the biases as well. And of course, they are concerned about deploying the systems within their infrastructure and ecosystems. Of course, last but not least, regulations are very important also for companies, not just for the developers, also for deployers. We have seen this in the EU AI Act as well. This is one of the architectures that many vendors provide. It's called RAG, Retrieval Augmented Generation. This is limiting some facts, some problems with large language models. It means let's retrieve the information the large language model must respond with, must answer with, and then we use generative AI to present the response in a better way. Of course, from the understanding to the response, we can use large language models, but the retrieval part is based on facts that are on your data within your company or within your organization. This is limiting, of course, the biases, but it's still putting in single place one language model. So our position here is to create a composite AI architecture that is the one that we implemented in our platform, and use this composite AI architecture to use different pieces of technology to answer different answers. Several use cases can be applied. So what we have done then, because we have a lot of concerns on LLMs, and we have cultural biases in LLMs, we have linguistic biases in elements, we are launching and developing our own large language model that is implementing, sorry for that, the cursor is very slow. We are implementing the 6 of the European languages, and we are going to implement the Swahili as well. Our large language model is called Velvet. Velvet will be an open source model. The infrastructure we are developing Velvet on is on a European project funded called Leonardo by Cineca, which is the hosting entity in Emilia-Romagna, in Bologna. Actually, the model is built on data that are openly gathered and that are clearly cleaned because of the issues we spoke about before, biases, hallucination, cultural, linguistic, and so on. There is a lot of attention of the data that we have put into place. There is a lot of attention on GDPR, therefore we implemented specific mechanisms that are privacy concerned, let me say. So we are going to be able to purge some data from the model without doing retraining. In the future, it will be also multimodal. This is Leonardo, the infrastructure we are playing this. It is a high-performance computing with very high-level capacity of to calculate these complex matrices that the large language models are built upon. Timeline of Velvet is this one. We are going to release very soon our model sorry, too much. We are going to release this model in less than a couple of months' time. We are starting working on multimodality and the second issue, and we are doing a partnership and memorandum of understanding with the ICT commissions in order to develop. Thanks a lot. The Swahili language within Velvet. So we are going to work tightly in order to have the best data, the best approach, the best gathering information and cleaning of the information to have a quality Swahili within Velvet. Okay. When we talk about, this is my last slide, when we talk about artificial intelligence, we have infrastructure, we have, of course, the algorithms, and we have data. For the infrastructure, as I said, we are using a very good and high-performance computing. For the algorithms, we have lots of people that are doing research in our company, leveraging also professors from other universities and other collaborations with universities and research centers. When it comes to data, we must be very concerned about what data we are going to use. There is a lot of data on the internet. Usually it's not that cleaned. It's not that, sometimes there is toxic data, sometimes there is IP data that you cannot use when you want to train a model. Therefore, a big effort we are putting in it is dealing with data gathering, cleansing and usage within our model. Okay, thanks a lot for having us.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So to provide context for myself and the public, this LLM for Swahili, the work to build it, where is it right now, currently?
Okay. At the moment, we are doing, we are signing an MOU with ICT Commission. Actually, this will lead us to a lot of effort into the data processing. Okay. As far as the model is concerned, without Swahili, with the other languages I mentioned, is in training right now. Usually, multi-language models help themselves in the understanding, in conceptualizing the language. So the other languages, which are Italian, French, Spanish, Portuguese, German, and English, will help the Swahili language as well. But we need Swahili data because we want the culture of Tanzania to be present in the model. We don't want the model to translate from a different language. So this is some work that we will need to do together.
Let me just add one thing. So we started 3 years ago with a project here in Tanzania about the language model. It's not a large language model, but we started with the judiciary of Tanzania. We are delivering a solution to create the court sessions reports in Swahili and in the English with the nuance from Tanzania speakers. So we are already working with Tanzania and Swahili since more than 2 years now, and this is where we came from. So we are very, very much close to the Tanzanian culture, and we want to keep this, this culture within our large language model. We don't want to fall into most of the mistakes we found from other providers, where there are documents that are coming from USA, from Europe, that are translated into different languages, but the culture is not the same. So the culture bias is different. So that's why we are going into an agreement with the memorandum of understanding just to get the local data that are relevant for us to create this kind of model.
Perfect. Your colleague spoke about a lot of data on the internet is not clean and toxic. When it comes to collecting data and training the model, you haven't started with the Swahili yet, but what challenges are you envisioning in acquiring high quality data sets and diverse as well? But also, how do you make sure that your model captures the various dialects of Kiswahili?
Yeah, there is a lot of work on the alignment between AI and human, let me say, values. And this work is done contemporarily between algorithms and humans. So there is a lot of collaboration between human and machines in this case. And how it is done by humans validating a lot of the process. We have a data lineage process put in place, so we know exactly from where the data comes from, what it contains, how it is being processed, how it is labeled by humans, how it is labeled by AI, and it's done semi-automatically, so there is a lot of human effort into it. Human effort that, of course, gives the human values. Of course, when we collect from the internet, we don't really know who published, so we go to select from the trustable sources instead of selecting everywhere. So there is a lot, there is already a process in the data gathering. It's not gathering whatever, it's gathering from relevant sources to start with. And still, then we clean it based on what the human perception is.
That's great. I will allow a couple of questions from the public, from the audience. Not yet. I have jotted down a couple for myself. Having dealt with other languages, how do you envisioning that your model will capture our Swahili linguistic nuances? For example, I give an example that if I tell you karibu, it will have similar meaning. If I'm offering you a bottle of water, karibu, meaning welcome. But also I could use the same word talking about proximity. How close is one place to the other? How do you counter that kind of challenge?
This is a generic challenge for artificial intelligence. We dealt with that already in our automatic speech recognition language model. Although it wasn't a large language model, we already dealt with that. Usually, the combination of algorithms and a lot of data helps to put words into context. And the word into context will allow to do disambiguation. That is what you were saying. I mean, using one single word without context, it can mean different things. That word within a context of a sentence or a passage would mean just exactly that thing. So giving lots of different passages and lots of different data will help AI understand the disambiguation, how to disambiguate these words.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Only yesterday we had an honor of commemorating the 25th anniversary of our late president, Mwalimu Julius Nyerere. Ironically, this building that we're sitting in now is named after him. And he was big in Kiswahili. And he would have been proud of this, the solution that you're envisioning of making.
Thank you.
Yeah. I wanted to ask, how do you envision your model playing a role in preservation, promotion, the Swahili culture, literature, and oral traditions? I give you an example. Again, different idioms that we have in East Africa. I would say a phrase like haraka haraka haina baraka, which could loosely be translated as hurry hurry no blessings. But this puts an emphasis for us, an emphasis on being patient in undertaking any tasks. How do you build your model encountering that kind of challenge?
So basically what we keep saying is that it is important to start from the data from local data. So if this is part of the culture, a specific sentence means something in the local language and means something to the local people. So if we capture the documents and the data for the training of the model from here, probably we will be able to capture this kind of sentences with a specific spatial meaning, and this is pretty obvious. One thing I would like to add is that in the current project we are running for judiciary, just to give you an example, as we acknowledge that there are different nuances also in Swahili, also within Tanzania, not going abroad, because we trained our system with different audio coming from different areas. So the model itself today is able to understand different pronunciation, different nuances of the Swahili language. So this is the way we generally approach generally speaking, so already before the large language model.
That's great. I think that's important because we know here locally that Swahili is a Bantu language. It has influences from Arabic and English as well, so that's very important to capture that. Do we have any questions from the audience? Please raise your hand. From the gentleman over there. You pass the mic.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Isa from the AI community in Tanzania. Thank you so much for the presentation. A few thoughts. First, I'd like to commend the team on the fact that it's an open source model, and I don't think a lot of people realize how powerful that's going to be for the ecosystem, and we do appreciate that. Some areas which I'm sure are going to be highlighted in the MOU with the ICT Commission, but would love to hear more about. In the development process, as Swahili is being included, how can we involve local developer communities as well as local language communities in the development of the technology, also so that more of them learn how to build on top of it, as well as apply it in their different technologies. So if there are already plans for that engagement and process with both the civil society as well as the private sector and developer communities that exist. And my second question is, why a large model rather than smaller models, especially in a low resource context, and potentially building on other low resource models, like the recent one released called Incuba LM, which is more African language focused? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So the first part of the question I'm able to answer, probably the second is more with Raniero. So it is important to understand that in the Memorandum of Understanding we are going to send there is responsibility from the two parties. So we are responsible to develop it and to implement it, but with the collaboration of the ICT Commission, who has the responsibility to bring us the data that we need in order to train our model. So this is the first part. Then the second part about the large language model versus the standard language model, I don't know. Maybe
actually, we could start calling it vertical or small, because we are talking of a model that is between 10 and 20 billion parameters. We are not talking of models of trillion parameters like some of them that we see in the market. And it's only with 6 + 1, 7 languages. Of course, just to give you a hint, coding languages help languages, so we have some coding languages within it as well. But you cannot consider it a very, very large language model. It's a large language model per se, as it is built on these kind of architectures. It can be deployed within a company because of its size as well. So it goes in the directions that you were asking for.
Any other question? There's a gentleman here and up there.
Thank you very much. Ganda Hug from UNESCO. Just curious to know, vis-à-vis you mentioned the Memorandum of Understanding with the ICT Commission. I was wondering, what about the Kiswahili Commission? How do they come into play in a process like this? Another question that will certainly echo some point from the moderator. I'm not a Kiswahili speaker, but from my presence in the region, I know there's a variety of Kiswahili. So which one are we speaking about? And how do we make sure we are not focusing on a particular one? Yeah, there's conversation whereby Tanzania is like the motherland of Kiswahili. If you go to Kenya, they want to understand that it's their Kiswahili that is the best. But now, from the perspective of the tool you are putting together, what should give justice to make sure that there is a holistic approach towards the language we are trying to harness? And maybe last point, sharing with the audience that UNESCO is developing a Kiswahili AI dictionary, which I believe could be useful in that conversation. And we are doing that in collaboration with the Kiswahili Commission, actually. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, let's say that we acknowledge that there are different Swahili language from different regions. So even if the language is the same, there are differences from country to country, from region to region. And this is something we already mentioned. Let me make you another example. If we talk about English, there is no single English. So English has different meaning and different nuances, different characteristics coming from different parts of the world. My English is poor compared with a UK English speaker, but it's completely different from a US or an Australian or South African speaker. So there are differences. Our job is to try to keep all these differences within the training of the language model. So that's the idea. I didn't know about the Swahili Commission, but we will discuss this with the ICT Commission. So thank you.
We'll allow one more question from the audience. The gentleman up there, please. Okay, two, because both of you stood up. Next, you're the last one.
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is Nixon Dawson. I'm a data science specialist. I have like 3 questions. The first one is beside local community involvement, in which my brother there has just been said. The second, to our colleagues there, we wanted to know, based on the voice data set that you collect, are you doing end-to-end LLM? Because most of voice, they are spectral data sets. So when you look, for example, the Baidu engine, they took end-to-end model infrastructure to just make the model to be perfect. So on our Swahili, the coming Swahili, we do end-to-end way to create this kind of model. And the last question is beside Swahili is the second language in Africa to be spoken in Africa. And there are different phonemes. In Swahili, we call lahaja. For example, in Kenya, they have phonemes called Kisumu. And in Tanzania, we have different lahajas. So my question resides the involvement of, for example, BAKITA, the Baraza Kiswahili Tanzania, as well as Kenya Kiswahili Commission, and other phonemes entities within the EAC space. I think that will have a perfect effect for the...
Yeah. Thanks a lot for your questions. As for the first question, we will see with the ICT commissions about the involvement of the different organizations. Of course, it's very important, the data, like the dictionary we were talking about before. For your last question about phonetic, let me say, interpretation of a language, of course, when you talk about voice recognition, phonetic part is very important. If you talk about text language models, of course, you lose the phonetic part. Still, there might be differences between different Swahili, even in the spoken and the written language, of course. As for your second question, and we have an end-to-end model for speech recognition, end-to-end neural network model for the speech recognition part that is able to understand the different phonetic, even in Swahili, and we use it in Judiciary of Tanzania, as my colleague was saying before. When it comes to multimodality, we are going to insert next year a different architecture from the text-only based, and we are still doing research on it. Probably it will be a mix, an ensemble model that is dealing with different parts. Of course, the spoken language part will be end-to-end.
Last question from the gentleman up there.
Thank you for a great presentation. In fact, the last person who asked has preempted what I wanted to ask. As in your talk, you said large language models, they help each other train. So I wanted to ask, what would it cost the project if you could consider, before signing the memorandum, to include the multimodality in the language that you are going to develop?
Can you repeat that? They didn't get it. If you mean cost of building the project?
How would it impact the project? They are in the stage of signing. If they go back and include multimodality before they move forward.
I got it, thank you. Actually, we are going to include multimodality next year, okay? So we are signing these days. So actually, the signing will come earlier than that, and the Swahili will come before multimodality.
Okay, thank you very much. I wanted to ask just last question quickly. I'm aware that you've already dealt with 15 different languages in your model. You haven't done Swahili yet, but in all the models that you have, I wanted to find out in terms of size and performance, especially in the widely spoken languages like English and French. How do you see the difference between those and maybe perhaps other local languages?
So just to be more accurate, we have about 50 languages for the speech recognition.
Oh, 50?
Yeah, 50. Right. And Swahili is one of them today. As a speech recognition, the performance are pretty good, generally speaking. Comparable with the other players in the market, sometimes are better. Our specialization is that we create different models for different use cases. So the judiciary model, I think, is not comparable with what we have on the market, because it's built with the judiciary data. So it is a specialized model, and this is the way we do speech recognition at the moment. So, and for the other languages, so French, English, Spanish, our performance are pretty comparable with what is on the market. The only difference is that we can create a specialized model on speech recognition.
Let me add one difference, is that we can deploy them at the premises of the customer or the organization.
Fantastic.
Instead of being just cloud.
Thank you very much. And this is very exciting. I'll speak for everyone here. It's very exciting for us as a country. Dr. Mosaga, this is another win for you and the Commission and the country at large. So thank you, and thank you everybody for listening and participating. We're really looking forward to this. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you again for having us.
Thank you all.
One photo for. Yeah, thank you so much, moderator and presenters, for your presentation. Obviously, on discussing on the development of Swahili large language model. Obviously, we're witnessing the significant progress being made in developing a language model tailored to Swahili. A round of applause to the moderator and presenters, please. Thank you so much. This is the end of our first part, the morning session. Time now for lunch. The lunch will be served outside, on ground floor, outside in the parking. There's a marquee outside. So all presenters, moderators, and all delegates, lunch will be served outside in the marquee in the parking lot. But diplomats and VIPs, lunch will be served at third floor at Kilimanjaro Hall. I'll say in Swahili. Sasa ni wakati wa lunch, wakati wa chakula cha mchana. Chakula kimeandaliwa nje. Kuna maki, kuna tenti kubwa nje, na kila mmoja hakikisha kwamba ana badge. Hakikisha kabla hujaenda kwenye sehemu ya chakula uwe na badge yako mkononi, kwa sababu hutaweza kupata chakula kama huna badge. The lunch will be served if you have only badge, your valid badge for the conference. Kwa hiyo nawaomba sana kabla hujafika kwenye lunch hakikisha una badge yako. Na chakula kwa delegate, kwa washiriki wote, presenter wote na moderator, chakula kiko tayari pale kwenye marquee. Lakini diplomat na VIPs chakula kimeandaliwa floor ya 3 kwenye ukumbi wa mikutano wa Kilimanjaro. Lakini pia naomba kuwakumbusha kwamba mnaweza mkaendelea kutuma maswali, maoni kwenye platform zetu mbili ambayo inaitwa Summit Point na QR code ambayo iko displayed kwenye screen. Kwa hiyo karibuni sana kwa lunch, na tutakwenda kwa dakika 30. Tunatakiwa turudi hapa saa 9:05. The lunch will be served for 30 minutes. All delegates are supposed to come back to the conference venue by 5 minutes past 3.
like this. No, this is just my speakers though. Yeah. I wish. No, I'm gonna just try to.
Yes, yes. Good afternoon. I'm sure we have had our lunch and we are ready for the afternoon session. This session is going to be very interactive and very interesting. I'm sure all the presenters are here.
Waiting for one more person. Let me go call him.
Naam. Naomba watu tuchukue nafasi zetu tuendelee. Sasa hivi Hello, 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 hello. Good afternoon. I'm sure you have enjoyed your lunch and we are ready to get going for the afternoon sessions. We have about 3 sessions which will take an hour each. So if the moderators, if they are good and humble to yield some minutes, that will be really interesting and I'll be very happy. So now we are going for the panel discussion 2, which will be moderated by Ms. Shireen Namik. If you are here, please, may I ask you to come to the podium and call your presenters so we can start. We have 50 minutes. I've taken 10 minutes from your timetable with apologies, but for everyone to be home by midnight today, we need to do that. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I think the party starts after midnight, no? Great. Yeah, thanks everyone. I think still people are getting their lunch, but I think we can start. Afternoon, everyone who is present. My name is Shireen Namik. I'm thrilled to be moderating today the panel on building the future of digital social innovation and AI in Tanzania. As part of my work with Data Governance in Africa initiative, we are all about driving social innovations, which we call DSIs, that sparks real economic and social changes cross-continent. And our goal is obviously to create human-centric, development-focused data economy that benefits everyone. We've been working with some amazing startups and SMEs in sub-Saharan Africa, including Tanzania. And we just recently had a call for proposal called Think Like an Investor, looking for 10 projects that are in stage of scalability, and we had actually most applications coming from Tanzania. So that, I think, alone shows that the big potential and big players that are from Tanzania. Today, we will be exploring the state of play for digital innovations and AI in solving social and economic challenges in Tanzania. We have some great speakers, panelists, that will discuss how the government can scale these innovations for a broader national impact. So, without further delay, I would like to introduce our first speakers. So please get ready to be inspired by our first two speakers, coming all the way from beautiful land of Italy with pasta and Parmesan, and I think Ferrari also comes from your region, from Emilia-Romagna region of Italy. Please welcome Valeria. Valeria Bandini, who is basically the queen of connecting the dots in innovation world. She is the head of the Europe and internalization area at Arthur, and she's been working her magic for over 30 years, right? That's a long time. And we will be today talking about innovation ecosystem with European and global networks. Please, Valeria, welcome. Maybe a little applaud after lunch. Yeah, there we go. And from the same organization, Sara de Torre, did I say it right? Yeah, the project manager. Sara is here to talk about Emilia-Romagna's digital agenda and something called Data Valley Common Good, which sounds like a kind of a place where data is as valuable as gelato, maybe? Please welcome Sara.
Thank you very much. It's here, and I hope that the presentation is going to start. First, I would like to thank the organizers and distinguished guests here in the room, and the one who possibly have to enter, for having invited me. It's a great pleasure for me to be here and to share with you the experience we have in Emilia-Romagna, in Italy. You will understand in a while where it is. It's a kind of small region, but Sara will say 2 words about that. The first thing I would like to say, and now I try to see if this works. I try again. No? Yes. So I'm happy to share with you this picture. That is a picture of the delegation that we received last April in Bologna. There's somebody in the picture that you may recognize. He's busy talking at the moment here in front, but it's not a problem. And I would say that it was our first, in fact, you are there. It was our first the starting somehow of the dialogue with the Tanzanian friends. And we are happy that what you see and what the delegation heard about in Emilia-Romagna was interesting, and also for that, possibly we are here. And I'd like to pass the floor to Sara.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sara, and I work in Arthur. I just wanted, oh, no, Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to show where our region is. We are basically in the middle of Europe, in northern Italy. Maybe you haven't heard about Emilia-Romagna before, but I'm pretty sure that you know something about Emilia-Romagna. We have been nominated, let's say, as the first Italian region for innovation and the first Italian region for exports. So it means that as a regional government and as actors in the region, we invest a lot in research and development as well as internationalization. And I was saying that you probably already know Emilia-Romagna because we are quite known in some specific economic sectors, in particular automotive, manufacturing, and food. We actually host some of the most famous companies in these sectors, such as Ferrari, Ducati, Lamborghini, or Barilla. I guess you know about pasta. And here you have a short understanding of other important sectors of our region. Of course, companies are not innovating and internationalizing by themselves, but they belong to an innovation ecosystem, to an ecosystem which we call innovation ecosystem, and part of this regional ecosystem are universities. We have the oldest university in the world, which is the University of Bologna, but also we built our regional ecosystem as a network because we do have different actors supporting research and innovation, such as accelerators or other associations or research laboratories. And actually one of the main characteristics of our region is the fact that we are kind of used to collaborate a lot. Like all these actors are most of the time working together in order to promote territorial development. So I go on, yes. Something happened in the slide, but another sector in which we are investing a lot in, I would say, in the last 20 years is, of course, the sector, if we can call it like that, of big data, artificial intelligence. And we, as said, started investing in data, and we consider them as an asset for the territorial development and as a new product for the territorial development. We are actually implementing as a regional government this vision, and we see data as a means to generate sustainable development, participation and democracy, but at the same time, of course, competitiveness and excellence. So that's why in the recent years we write this regional data strategy that basically says that we want to make Emilia-Romagna as a data valley, as a common good, which at the same time basically is built in two pillars. Emilia-Romagna, a valley for excellence in order to promote advanced and technological and innovation solution, but at the same time we think that data could be a part of the strategy for inclusiveness, to guarantee equal opportunities to all citizens and territory. We do have one actor implementing this strategy, which is Digital Agenda of Emilia-Romagna. Actually, is the main planning element in order to foster and guide digital and technological and social innovation. It's a planning that we build every 5 years according to each legislative mandate. Our digital agenda is basically built around 8 challenges that we're trying to face, to reply to these challenges. I'm going just to underline 4 of these challenges, and I think that these kind of challenges are similar, of course, to the ones here in Tanzania or in the European Union. We're all facing basically the same challenges. For example, the first one we are trying to collective intelligence data available to the territory. We put some objectives in the strategy to promote a data-driven approach, and we try to implement this objective, this strategy through some projects, some concrete projects. For example, 2 of them are going to be part of this session. For example, the first one is ER2Digit, which is the European Digital Innovation Hub based in Emilia-Romagna. Tomorrow we're going to talk about Vera, which is our digital twin on air quality. But we do also have an HPC, for example, just for public administration data. So we are using, we do own as a regional government an HPC used for our data. Another challenge, of course, is digital skills, and we mention a lot the skill topic here. We would like to spread digital skills and awareness, basically, in all the, well, starting from primary school until universities. We actually launched this program Digitale Facile, which means that we have different points in the region, in the territory, that helps people to approach digitalization. But also we are organizing some events in order to spread awareness. One of them is after. But also talking about skills, for example, the universities of our region are actually collaborating together in order to put some artificial intelligence and big data classes in all, basically I would say in every major we do have. I'm trying to go faster. So as here in Tanzania, we do have a problem or a challenge to try to bridge digital divide and to bridge territories that are quite far away from digitalization. In our case, is mountains, for example. So we created digitally communities, and also we are promoting the digital agenda as at the local level, so supporting local governments for formalization of their own strategies. And I'm almost done. We started this conference talking about women and tech and digitalization, so we are, as you are doing, we are trying to consolidate gender equality using data and involving female participation in the Data Valley environment. We run, again, some initiatives, summer camps, training, orientation workshop in order to spread awareness and to sensibilize our region, but I would say also on a national level, to this topic. And now I'll leave the floor to Valeria, who is actually telling us more about this initiative. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Sarah. You have already mentioned, Sarah has already mentioned the ER2Digit project, and I'm proud to share some information about it with you. It's an example of an initiative that is promoted by the European Commission. So it is in the framework of the European Union policies for empowerment, let's say, on digital technologies. And digital innovation hubs, as you see, are facilities, support facilities to help public administrations and companies in their digital transitions. And they are facilities offering services and creating connections among the different actors that have to be involved and have to be part of the digital transformation of our society. You see there's some numbers, and the ER2Digit initiative is one of the 151 digital innovation hubs in Europe. I don't go through the numbers, but just to give evidence to the fact that in Europe we value a lot also the start of new initiatives based on actors already in the territory, as it is the case for ER2Digit project. You see in the bottom line the partners, the main actors that are working on this project. In fact, ARTER is the agency I work for. It is an innovation and development agency, and we take care of somehow involving all relevant actors working together for the digital transition of Emilia-Romagna. Cineca has been mentioned this morning, is a consortium, a national consortium, having the most relevant computing capacity in Italy and I would say beyond. Cineca is hosting and managing the Leonardo HPC, so they are the ones taking care of the infrastructure and in fact also designing and developing a possible application with data and also, let's say, serving the interest of both public administration and companies, as we heard this morning. Then we have Lepida. Lepida is another relevant actor in Emilia-Romagna. They are the in-house company dedicated to digital infrastructures. So they are the ones who take care of connectivity in the region. And they design and develop services for the public administration, but also for citizens. And in fact, joining forces, we were able to create a new initiative and also to get the support from the European Union to develop the different activities. As you can see there, we are connecting at the regional level, we are connecting at the European level, and we are focusing on some specific services with high technological content, of course. First and foremost, the test before invest service, where mainly the technological actors are active and let's say at the center. Then we have training services that is always very key. I mean, skills is an issue that in our region comes first, I would say, whenever we start a new initiative or whenever we work and invest on the development of new sectors or new technologies. Then there's a set of services dedicated to, let's say, search for funding and investment sources, because both public authorities and companies need money at the end to implement their initiatives, their services, and also to incorporate new technologies in their daily activities. And last but not least, we offer a service enabling to connect the demand and the offer of new technologies and to connect big and small companies that are offering a new solution to the public administration. And it's a function of managing the ecosystem that we value a lot, because it helps to add value to the single elements that we have in the region. As I said, ER2Digit is a European initiative. I would like to give evidence to the fact that it is a kind of process at the moment. We started working on it last year based on the capacities and the infrastructures and the services already there, but upgrading what we offer to our territory and to our public and private actors. So it's a kind of process that we are developing, also taking into consideration that we work on technologies that are moving and developing and changing very fast. And in fact, you see there the three main actors in the center that are the ones developing the activities, but you see also the high technology network, that is the network of industrial research laboratories that we have in the region based on universities and research centers, because, I mean, the three main partners of the project cannot meet all the needs that may emerge. So the idea is also to mobilize all the competencies in the region. And we have the stakeholders, the regional stakeholders in the region that are public authorities, companies, but also citizens, because the ambition of this project is really to meet the need and the, let's say, the development potential of the different actors, mobilizing, as I was saying, all capacities that we can count on. We have, of course, a technology focus that, as you can imagine, is on AI, big data, and high-performing computing. And the target groups, as you may have understood, is the local authorities, both the regional government, but also the municipalities and other public entities that are in our region, as well as companies, big, but particularly small and medium companies. We are focusing very much on companies that are developing services or products or solutions for the public administration. So you see there a list of sectors that have to do in one way or another with the public sectors, as I'm saying. The impact of ER2Digit regards the overall the capacity to make improvements, let's say, in terms of developing new products and solutions at the end, for serving the needs of citizens, because we address very much the public administration capacity to offer service and to manage the public goods, let's say, activating the capacities of companies able to develop that kind of service and projects. Then skills development, as I was saying earlier, and increase the funding dedicated to the digital transition, looking for funds outside the region, in Europe, but also looking for potential investors that may come and provide resources for the new challenges that we would like to take. And last but not least, connect further the ecosystem. I mean, Shirin, you were saying that we connect the dot. Yes, this is not only in me, it's the region that is very much based on collaborative efforts. And I'm just to the end. Yeah, this is, the service catalog. As I was saying, it's a process, so it's a kind of living catalog with a set of services that are supposed to be updated, let's say, during the time to meet the challenges that are collected through a process of calls, let's say, that make emerge the needs. There you can see some of the activities carried out by the single partners, but more than that, I would like to give evidence to the fact that, again, I repeat it, it's a collective effort, and it's a matter of, let's say, supporting the collaboration between the private sector and the public sector to serve the needs of citizens. And that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah and Valeria. A lot of very interesting and impressive work you've been doing in Italy, and we're really looking forward to hear more once we get into panel discussion. So next up, we have Kevin Ramirez, Climate and Earth Observation Manager at Climate KISS, Europe's leading climate innovation agency. For the past 6 years, Kevin has been leading a project using AI and digital innovation to tackle climate change. Please welcome Kevin with me with some applause. Can I hear some more? Yeah, thank you.
Hello, thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you very much for the opportunity of being in your lovely country. It's my first visit to Tanzania, and I'm highly impressed, and I think the element that I will highlight the most is the warmth of the people. I think this is something that needs to be acknowledged and is highly appreciated for people like me that come to your country for the first time. And we notice it everywhere, from the people serving lunch, the ones making coffee. So I have to really acknowledge that so far it's been wonderful, and I'm sure the future encounters with colleagues is going to be reinforcing that element of wonderful people here in Tanzania. So thank you very much for that. And to say a little bit about what we do, KIC is an organization focused on systemic innovation on climate change. As you know, climate change is the most critical problem that we are facing. You have seen what has happened in the US. We've seen what happens in the summers in Europe when we see recurring fires, floodings at the same time. And I think this is a commitment, and it's more than a job. In my case, it's a mission to provide certain solutions and a contribution to the problem. We do it specifically on leveraging the use of satellite information, the observation data, and how we make sure that this data is actually used by regions, countries, and I think that's our main mission, and I hope we can build bridges and we can allow collaboration that actually bring the value to Tanzania and to make the country more resilient and a better place, better prepared to deal with the challenges of climate change.
Thank you, Kevin. Last but not least, we have finally would like to welcome Essa Muhammad Ali, founder of Tanzanian AI community. And I mean, with that surname, Muhammad Ali, I mean, I have to make a joke, no? Essa has been basically working with the AI community and especially with the national and regional policies like Tanzania's national AI strategy. Please welcome Muhammad Ali with me. No punches, just only AI.
Thank you so much. Yes, I am blessed with the name of Muhammad Ali in all of its ways, and I have taken up a little bit of boxing. I'm not good at it, but we try. So a quick introduction, I'm from the AI community in Tanzania. We're essentially a community of practice that's been around since 2019. We were here before ChatGPT. And we've been very excited to have the opportunity to work with the different ministries in Tanzania on supporting AI policy, AI strategy development for both Tanzania through the Ministry of ICT, through the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, and the Ministry of Health as well, and had the honor of working with Nigeria on their national policy and working more focused on building AI products in the market right now, of which they're all open source, and we're looking at how to continue engaging the ecosystem and building more practical and scalable solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. We can start the panel discussion.
Can I ask the media team to pull up the Mentimeter, please?
Yeah, so we thought just before going into the panel discussion, just to get you guys engaged a little bit, waking you up after lunch. So we have a metrics where we would like to ask you a question. And if you can log into the menti.com on your browsers, and we have a user code on the top of the screen. We'll give you a few seconds, no minute, time to get into that. And we have a question around the topic that what do you think is the biggest barrier to scale digital innovation in Tanzania? Just with a word. Oh, yeah, it does. It's quite small. So the code is 72494535. There seems to be at least one person present. I'm sure it's Muhammad Ali, but you know, I hope a few more will join. So we want to take your opinion about what do you think is the biggest barriers on scaling up digital innovations in Tanzania. It could be from the private sector, it could be from the public sector. Do we have any? 0 responses. I'm going to read out the code one more time just in case. So the website, oh, knowledge gap, okay, we are getting some up. But yeah, so the code is 72494535. Right, we've got resources, knowledge gap, awareness, that's a good one. Resources seems to be taking the lead. Responsible data use. So resources keep on growing. Connectivity, very important. Policies. Digital literacy is also there.
I see some interesting ones like culture.
Mm-hmm.
Culture, trust, the affordability of solutions.
I like the fear. That's a very unique but very true. So we're between skills and resources by the looks of it in terms of culture growing even more.
There shouldn't be a biased thing that we said culture, now everyone's writing culture.
Now we'll give a few more seconds. Geomagic. Linked to bureaucracy. I think almost I could relate to that also from my country. Sometimes it is very bureaucratic processes, yeah. Skills. Resources. While it's living progress, we'll turn to our lovely panelists, and we can start with Essa. The skills and knowledge is growing. Do you agree with the results? I mean, you've been with the sector for quite a while. And what do you personally think is the biggest barrier?
So actually, with the way that it's developing, we've been working in the skills space for quite some time. And while it has developed from what it started in 2019, there still is a gap of what we like to call an enterprise approach to development of solutions. And not just within artificial intelligence, but within digital solutions. Because it's one thing to build a solution that serves 10 people or that sits on my own laptop and I can show it to my friends. And it's a different thing to build a solution that is ready to serve 50,000 people, 100,000 people. The approach we take to it is different. But the opportunities to learn those skills and get that experience is limited in a market where most of our technologies are either imported or our digital solutions are still reaching that level of scale, especially when it comes to emerging technologies. So that foundational skill when it comes to a scaled approach, when it comes to an enterprise approach, is something that we're working on building. But the reality is it requires working with organizations that build scaled solutions. We can't have people working in a startup and expecting them to learn the skill of scale, because the startup has yet to reach the level of scale. And when we talk about digital solutions that are meant to stand beyond the test of time, that are meant to impact large populations, we need that level of thought when it comes to building these types of solutions, whether AI or otherwise.
Thank you. And Kevin, what do you think from your across Africa experience that these are, do you resonate with these, some of the barriers that has been highlighted here?
Well, I have to acknowledge my lack of understanding of the African context. I think it's something that I have been reflecting as we do a lot of work in Europe. And we just started working in countries like Colombia, Philippines, and Tanzania, and other countries. We do talk about the skills gap in Europe. And I think that's something that we need to also consider. There are a lot of struggles and a lot of elements that we are trying to address at European level to understand how we can make effective use of technologies. Specifically, I work on a daily basis with observation data,
and how we make sure that we are equipped to respond to the development of technology. We know that technology does not ask permission for advancement. It goes at its own pace. And we know the policy makers are catching up behind how they try to regulate these new technologies. And by the time they understand, make sense of it, they set up a regulation and the technology has moved on. And I think this is something that we need to acknowledge. It's a challenge that we're facing throughout the world. Artificial intelligence has been used wrongly in many cases. Specifically, for example, out of context example was the case in the US when the judges were used with artificial intelligence to assess the likelihood of someone committed a crime, and they used artificial intelligence to base this assessment. And they found out that people who convicted by the same crime, very similar profiles, ages, unmailed, coming from the same area, there was only one element that differentiates why one received 2 grading and the other one received 8 on the likelihood of committing the crime again. And that element was the color of the skin of the person. And it's a big lesson. How we train in artificial intelligence, who is making artificial intelligence, who is setting up, what data sources are we collecting and we're relying on to characterize these issues. So we have learned to be cautious about how we use technology, and also we need to make sure that social elements are embedded into the solutions. Discussions with local communities, but not going to a community, ask them to fill in a form, and then we say we've done the local assessment. We make sure the locals are informed. That's not real assessment and participation of locals. We need to challenge these things, because if we keep making decisions in a way that we know better and we impose it on other people, that's why things fail, because we are not taking into consideration the voices of local communities in reality. So I think this is the elements that, instead of providing solutions, I think I noticed that we have a lot of challenges throughout the world to address. So that's a little bit of my impression so far on the use of these technologies.
Thank you very much. So we move on maybe to Italy. Can you relate to some of the questions or some of the barriers that have come up here? Especially, again, skills, knowledge, resources are the 3 top ones that is coming up. And this is something actually some of the companies that we work with, the scalable, in the stage of scalability, resources have been one of the biggest things that always comes up. And localization, of course, the support that is being given. So how do you see the same challenges, barriers in Italy?
Thank you. Yeah, in fact, it's very interesting to see the dimension of the different challenges and skills. It's not, it is very positive, I would say, that it is the biggest elements that has been highlighted. Yeah, I cannot say, I had to reflect on what I see on the screen, actually. Yeah. One of the first words that came out was policies. Mm-hmm. And also there was willingness that I associate very much with policies. And I think that the policy framework and the policy maker willing to guide somehow the process is very relevant, but must be in a collaborative way. What does that mean? In our experience, we have seen a very strong commitment by the policymaker to invest on that data when data were just something far away from our territory and local context. But they wanted to, and in fact, they issued also a specific law, a regional law on big data development, HPC improvement. So the idea was to, I mean, in fact, the idea was to push a lot on that, even though it was not popular at that time. So the policymaker has a strong role on the investment that are needed on infrastructures and that are needed also on let's say the skills of all people. At the same time, awareness was out also, and that's also a big barrier. As I was saying, when we started talking about these new technologies, it was something that universities and research organizations were already familiar with, but it was not popular, as I was saying. So the capacity also to pass the message to the society on the relevance of these new technologies that are something that we have to face and already we are using every day is very important, I think.
Thank you. I just want to go back to what, Kevin, you said actually earlier about, how by the time a new policy has been introduced, technology has already moved forward. How do you think this is something like, can that be, I don't know, can AI help that? Can there be a solution for that? Because technology is moving so fast. Like, how does the government and policymakers actually keep up?
I think we need to use innovative approaches on consultation process and how we develop policies. I know Thomas was talking about policy sandbox. We're using living labs through something that we call deep demonstrations. And it's a large-scale experiment in which we allow ourselves to fail and to learn in the process of implementation solutions to tackle climate change. We don't know yet a formula to effectively bring solutions to the stakeholders that are in need. What we have is a set of solutions that in certain contexts, they will work. But we need to be given the opportunity to play, to try, to take a stock of what happened, and then to reconsider the approach. So sometimes we set up programs that are very rigid. And I think what we need to do is to have a mindset that is flexible, dynamic, and it responds to the challenges. And I was earlier talking to some colleagues, and I was telling them, do you imagine who is going to insure a property in Miami or in San Francisco, considering the latest trends on climate change? It was already difficult to find insurance. So how climate change is changing the landscape of a whole sector, because they are not going to be able to provide insurance to your assets, to your house. So what is the role of the government? Is the government stepping in and saying, once you have fire or flooding of your property, now we're going to come and compensate you, considering that not private single insurance company is going to do it. And I think these are critical elements that we are seeing responses by nature, and we need to have approaches which mimic. That's why in climate change, in Climate Kick, we talk about systemic innovation, which needs to be responding to a systemic threats that we have. We need to stop working on silos. We need to start putting together our knowledge so the solutions are effective and it makes sense on the crisis that we are seeing, which is multidimensional.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to some of the questions for individual panelists. We'll start with Sarah. So you were talking about earlier about some of the amazing work you've done in Emilia-Romagna region. Do you think some of those practices can be replicated here in Tanzania?
Well, yeah, I have to admit that I'm not an expert on Tanzania, so I don't want to say something that is incorrect. But what I was thinking while reading these words and listening to my colleagues is that, as we previously said, there is one thing that can be easily replicated, the fact that all the actors of the innovation ecosystem, of the ecosystem, generally speaking, have to learn how to cooperate together. Because, I mean, the policies, the policymakers can share vision, but they cannot be by themselves. Companies cannot be by themselves, or associations or universities and research. Even like, for example, the universities cannot be the only actor working on skills and e-skills. Of course, it's something that have to, I mean, it's a challenge, and you need the commitment of the entire society at regional level, but even more at national level. So it's really hard to cooperate, to listen to everybody, and then doing things. But at the end of the day, I think it's the only alternative we have.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, cooperation is very universal and can be replicable. Yeah, please, Valeria.
Shirin, if I may, I'd like to take something that I read there and I was surprised. And when somebody wrote less research hub, that is odd for a technology that is moving fast, where research is definitely needed. But I like it. In fact, the one who decided to put less research hub may raise his or her hand, but it's not, I mean, compulsory. Just to say that, to me, sounds as it's not a matter of research. If we want to bring these new technologies to the society, it's a matter of trying, as Kevin was saying. It's a matter of having also the courage to be brave enough to try, to test before invest, not in the traditional way of thinking or in the traditional business way of thinking, but thinking that is something that
11 minutes
needs the...
left. 11 minutes left.
Thank you. Okay. It is something that we have to try and to learn together somehow. So it's a matter of making also experiments.
And what about mentality change? Because that's like, that goes back to culture, that goes back to practices, and even as much as you have like policy changes, if you don't have the sort of mentality change, it's very hard to implement, no? Yeah. Thank you. So we were told we have, I guess, 10 minutes now. Muhammad Ali, how can the AI community in Tanzania grow, and what steps are needed to ensure sustainability?
Growth just happens with time. Honestly, it's one of those things that we're not rushing it. We're taking our time to build quality developers, engineers, ethicists, people who consider the development of responsible tools. We take our time with quality development, involving them in the projects and such. When it comes to sustainability, that's a question we're still trying to figure out right now, because we at the moment are a non-profit organization and we largely focus on impact sectors. And one of the things about impact sectors is we know they're very difficult to commercialize. Impact sectors need a lot of participation. Usually our target user is rarely our customer. The person using the solution is rarely the one paying for the solution. So now we need to find who covers that cost. And are they covering the cost as a product, or more likely with a lot of development partners who are interested in impact, are they covering the cost as a project? A project has an end date. A product is continuous. It develops, it grows. And that's been the mindset that we've been working with and trying to see how can we build within. And one of the strategies we've been exploring is building in the open source. How can we build solutions that the foundations of which others can use and hopefully will exist beyond us, that future organizations, future iterations can benefit and build on top of it, but more so that there will be companies that can pivot from the open source to build commercially viable products. And how do we move from that project mindset to a product mindset in the long term? And exploring other avenues, like why not invest in the startups that are potentially coming out of our community? As we train people, they're going to build products, they're going to have ideas. Can we support them? Can we invest in them? Can we provide them with the resources in kind, compute, mentorship, to be able to grow beyond what could be possible and explore other areas and avenues?
Thank you very much. Because of the shortage of time, I'm going to just quickly, in between the last question, ask if the audience have any question. Any question for the panelists before we move to our last question? Oh, there. Can we have a mic, please?
Thank you very much. My name is Theophilus Mlaki. I'm interested with Mr. Muhammad Ali. I suppose that's your name?
Now it is.
Now it is it? Is it his official name or?
Surname.
Because I tried to ask a question because of that name as well. You know. But I'm trying to think in terms of society in Tanzania, in as far as your program of artificial intelligence, in a society which is not so much on the reading side, in a society which is much on talking and which is vocal based, and whether the programs we make now for AI, whether they give us things which will help us to move forward faster, or whether within the AI we try to do things which will be based on how we ourselves are. This is what I wanted to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did I take that now?
Yeah, go for it.
So that's a very good question and an interesting perspective. And the direction we've been taking with it is building products for sectors which typically they don't have access to this level of digital literacy. So for example, one of the solutions we built was to support community health workers during the process of diagnosing children. So specifically IMCI, Management of Childhood Illnesses. And what we realized is that if we're building tools that allow these people, these community health workers, to access AI, how about we add a component of digital literacy before they use the tool? So before you start using the tool itself, you have to go through a short training on what is AI. What am I about to start using? What is it that we're going to work on? And hopefully then that can make them a lot more conscious on what are they interacting with, what will the shortcomings be, and we're increasing digital literacy significantly. And we have a similar solution for public school teachers to support them in their day-to-day activities. And all of this is being made available over WhatsApp. There's a similar solution being talked about yesterday that we're leveraging WhatsApp because it's a lot more accessible. We don't have to convince someone, oh, download another app, use a website. No, WhatsApp is there, we have the phone numbers and all that. The next phase is being able to enable voice technology, where people can start to talk. A lot of our culture in Tanzania is based on baraza. We need to sit around, we need to talk over our coffee, our chai, and that's how we start to learn about what's going on. So voice is a very important technology. The storytelling aspect of it is very important in our culture, and that's what we will continue building on.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, and thanks for the answer. one last question, I promise. We are almost on time still. Kevin, we'll start with you, and if everybody can just very, very shortly answer the question, right? How do you think a partnership between government, private sector, and international organizations accelerate adaptation of digital innovations? If you have an example or good advice for Tanzania or generally. So the partnership between private, public, and international organizations support scaling up.
I would say trust is really important. We have, and I think it's important to acknowledge historical elements in the interactions between countries, between Europe and the rest of the world, between the US and the rest of the world. And I think it's important to acknowledge those elements and to make sure that you have real trust. And that doesn't happen overnight. It takes time to build. So I would say for any sort of intervention, just make sure that you base it on real trust and real benefit for both parties. There are many examples in which foreign interventions are there not necessarily having in mind the benefit of the recipient country. So that's my key message. I could say more, but that's my key message.
That's very good. Valeria, would you like to answer as well?
I think that I mean, we have to think in terms of partnership necessarily, and the partnership, the private-public partnership, yes, it's, I mean, no comment on that. What about the international dimension of that partnership? I mean, I think that we have, all of us, we have to learn, and we have something to share and to, as I was saying, try and demonstrate if it works or not. So I think that the dialogue and the exchange of experience on what we are trying is something that we have to take care of, I would say.
Thank you. Sarah, do you want to add? Right, then we're going to... No? You're good as well? Okay, well, thank you. So you saved us some time. Thank you so very much to all the panelists for making it, for your presentation, and thank you for the audience for your participation. And I think we're done. Oh, okay, we're going to take a picture. And thank you for the organizers, of course.
Thank you very much, Shireen Namek, for a very good moderation, and thank you for yielding back a few minutes. That will give me more room to call the next moderator, Mr. Theophilus Mlaki, who will have, I'm sure, one presentation, and then I will let him ask a lot of questions just to cover the time given, which is 40 minutes. I'm sure, Mzee Mlaki, you will help us leave before the sun goes down. Karibu sana, Mzee Mlaki.
Hello. Hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I hear you. Yeah, I was told to come here around midday. Well, they said you come in the morning. I said, I sleep normally in the morning at 8, 9 o'clock. I'm still sleeping. And then they said, okay, you come midday. So I said, fine. I came around midday. And then they said, your session will be after lunch. But after lunch, I normally sleep as well. So this is my sleeping time. So if I get confused on the way, you will all excuse me on this one. Huh? Yeah, we were supposed to have 3 more sessions now, 3 presentations. There's one from Dr. Sarah Magoti. Is Dr. Sarah Magoti here? She's not come in, but she was going to looking at the ways of enhancing employment using emerging technologies. So in a absence, we'll try and work around here, have a little bit discussion on this area, on how we can use technology, emerging technology to enhance employment. Is a big challenge we have in Africa now, or in Tanzania for this matter, on how to make our youth have employment, have things to do, to be able to be productive and work around economic development of the country. The other presentation was to be given by Ruben Joram Mbiha. Ruben Joram Mbiha, is he here? He's going to make about gameplay using AI to transform videograph. Is Ruben Joram Mbiha here? Oh, okay. Then the third one was from Quintin Williams. I think it's from South Africa. They just said that his plane has just landed at Dar es Salaam International Airport. So if we could use artificial intelligence and have his presentation here, that would have been nice, but probably we don't have. So I'm going to be just a moderator, and I'm going to take you all as presenters, as well as discussant, yeah, as well as giving out comments. So I have the privilege of engaging. Can you imagine, my friends, we're only engaging 4 people. I have an opportunity to engage all of you and to ask questions, but also to hear your point of view one by one in this mainly 2 areas, because the last one was going to talk about artificial intelligence in Africa. There were some cases they were using and the challenges. But we know that Muhammad Ali is here. Is he here? Can I call Muhammad Ali again? Is he here? No, he has gone. I wish if we can get him, he will help us to look into this thing of AI in Africa, the challenges. But we can discuss this one as well. So I would like to hear from any one of you who has some knowledge on how much the new technologies, the emerging technologies, have helped Africa, have helped Tanzania to increase employment. Is there anybody who can say 1 or 2 opinion on how much of these technologies has really helped us? If we look at various areas in the financial sector, online working, is there anybody who wants to say something? I see one. I wanted to see more hands. I see one. Another one? I thought you all guys are IT based, so you could talk about how much employment is coming to it. Another one? Okay, can we hear you? Can you give him the microphone, please, so he can say a little bit on how much this technology, emerging technologies, have helped in employment? He's over there. The guy, Joe Pasha. Karibu. If you can stand up and say your name, please, that would be good. when you're a moderator, you have an advantage of picking out anybody in the floor and you ask him to say something. So if I don't get a raise of hands, please ensure. Yes, let's, number one, number two, thank you.
Hello, my name is Kalebu. I'm the founder of Socio-economic AI. So what we do, we have a platform which helps people to build chatbot without coding. So personally, I would say implemented this myself. I'm a software programmer. I did learn code, and then I built Sarufi, which was an implement for me. But at the same time, with Sarufi, our platform, we managed to really build chapters across universities. We have chapters in more than 15 universities, whereby we create clubs where people are learning about the platform and how they can learn to build bots for themselves, for clients. And we've seen there's a lot of people who go beyond and start actually their own company, and sometimes they start working for other companies, like they consult based on our platform. But at the same time, we also have a platform called Gala, whereby we help SMEs to actually sell on WhatsApp, and it's powering using AI. So in such a way, we're trying to help SMEs to use AI without knowing they're using AI. So I think that's something I think I've seen on my experience, that when you're trying to deploy AI to people, you don't need to tell them that this is AI or I'm trying to use AI, but you just use it to improve the experience in a way that it makes their work easier and simplify. It talks to users. It helps them automate the processes. And in that way, we are increasing that value from AI. Thank you.
All right. So you feel through the approach you have, can you say that the number of people employed in the areas which you are is increasing, or is still remaining constant?
I think there's a huge interest, So I think what people lack is just the first initiate is to start the spark. But when you just give them a way through, this is how you do it, this is how could be the solution, there's a huge interest among young people. By the way, we also host meetup every single month. We've been hosting months about AI from January to September, and this month we're also hosting meetup. And in all our events, there's actually a lot of young people coming to showcase what they've been building, but also we're doing hackathon. So you can see there's huge interest of people trying to embrace this digital solution, imaging solution, because it's an explored sea, and there's a lot of opportunities that you can now employ yourself. And yeah, so I think there's huge interest. I think that's just we could use a little more push to kind of just to make sure more people know about this technology and how to utilize them, not from just using ChatGPT, but from actually building solution on top of this platform. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. We have another gentleman here in the middle who can say something about employment, and new technology has enhanced the employment. Can you give the microphone there, please? If you can say your name.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, my name is Yusuf Kileo. When I hear about this particular topic, I wanted first to clear, we have a notion that most people believe.
Kileo, can I ask you to come to the podium then? You can speak for just a few minutes, and then you can put your points across. Come in the front. Please give him a round of applause. He's one of the speakers now. Karibu. Karibu. Take it here, and I believe sitting now. You see, we're making it. Karibu. Unaweza kidogo alafu.
Thank you very much. Actually, I did not want to come and talk because I think I have my panel tomorrow. But because my father here has asked, so I think I'll take this opportunity to address a little bit. What I wanted to say is that we have a notion, most people have, that probably AI is going to shut down business is going to take away our jobs. But the matter of fact is that AI is going to introduce more works. Why? Because, for example, for AI to operate, it needs a lot of data. And those data, we may have new people, data analytics, those people who collect data, who process those data, feed those data to AI for it to operate. So all these are human that will be able to make those AI perform their job the way it's supposed to perform. But also for us in the cybersecurity field, we know that AI has that I've mentioned, cybersecurity-related issues, and have a lot of other jobs that can be created from it. So what I wanted to emphasize is that that notion that people have, fear of, I've heard here the challenges that was mentioned, fear of unknown, that probably AI will come and bring troubles to our jobs. AI will come and do this and that. Then I think those are the things that probably we should not have it in our minds. Number two, I wanted to emphasize, apart from AI, the technology itself. I remember when computer was introduced, when we were asked to take off shoes before we go into computer rooms, when people were scared that now we won't have people who can calculate, can do this and that. But nowadays, we have a number of people that are doing all these things alongside with those computers, or utilizing those computers, or feed those computers with info and things that they can perform for us. So definitely the same thing with AI or all other emerging technology. I think we are going to have the same thing. So that's one thing I wanted to emphasize, to get that fear out of us, that we need to embrace AI. We need to equip ourselves with knowledge, because at the end, if you're not aware of new technologies like AI, IoTs, and other technologies, big data, analytics, and so on, then unfortunately it may leave us behind. But if we keep ourselves with enough knowledge about this emerging technology, we secure it, and we empower our people, then definitely this is going to be a game-changing technology in terms of security. For example, AI supports us on enhancing those, how we authenticate people, on authentication, how we protect in terms of detecting threats in a magnitude way. The way we see threats and the way AI can detect those threats are completely opposite. For example, I remember the other time I was explaining to people the IoT and AI. When you pass through a certain house, the house starts pointing at people, seeing, lighting that particular area that you're passing by. All these technology came to enhance our security, came to enhance the way we do things. And we have to embrace it instead of getting scared that probably it's going to change the way we do things. It's going to probably take our jobs and so on. But on the other hand, also AI has challenge to our cyberspace. That's another thing I want to emphasize as well. That, for example, nowadays, those criminals who were doing phishing, back in time, they can perform phishing that probably you can be able to detect that this should be a phishing email or phishing attempt. But nowadays with AI, those kind of attacks have been sophisticated. A lot of people now have introduced things like ransomware as a service, RAS. They have introduced malware as a service, and all those kind of things where a lot of people are employed there and commit a lot of crimes to a lot of people around the world. So these are the challenges we have seen. And because of these challenges, we need to fine-tune ourselves, make sure that we're secure, and we also pay much attention to the advantages that comes along with those AI. And from there, then we can move forward with these technologies. And I believe it has a lot of positive impact to our lives. That's what I wanted to add.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you give me a round of applause, please, for that small presentation? If we can go and sit there, because our friend has come. Can you give a round of applause for Ruben Joram Biha, please? And he's going to do the presentation now of revolutionary gameplay and how AI transformed the video game experience.
Good evening, everyone. So, as the moderator already said, my name is Ruben. I'm here to speak about gameplay and AI. So before we start with the actual topic, I have to mention that I've been doing game development for 3.5, almost 4 years. So today I'll be taking you guys through how AI and games merge together or come together. So before I start saying or elaborating how AI and games come together, let's start with a bit of a background. I'm sure a lot of you have heard about AI up to this point. It's actually the main theme of this conference. So AI comes in very many forms or exists in different areas. I'm sure a lot of you have heard about ChatGPT, which is an AI which generates very intelligent answers. There is an AI about video generation, so you can just prompt an AI, and then it gives you a video based on your description. There is also an AI which can give you pictures. So I'm sure a lot of you have already interacted with these very mainstream services of AI. Another part is there is the issue of, let's say, spam filtering, which also uses AI. So there is all these different things that AI is used for. But I'm sure very few of you know that, or very few of you have an idea of how AI is used in games. So today I'm going to show you how AI and games relate. How does AI improve the gaming experience? How does AI make you as a player, when you play games, feel the game a little bit more with a better experience compared to when you're not using AI? So the main topics of today that I have, the first one is pathfinding. The second one is behavioral systems. The third is camera control. The fourth is physics. The fifth is animation control systems. So all these are very technical terms in terms of gaming, but they are very simple concepts, as we will see when we cover one by one. So starting with the first topic, which is pathfinding. So pathfinding, really, just ignore everything that's written there. Pathfinding is just you trying to, just like the word itself, you're trying to find the best suitable path from point A to point B. Now, pathfinding in games is a very crucial element, because for games that, let's say you have a very big environment. When I say environment, I mean anything that exists in a game, including the characters. Let's say if you have houses in the game, let's say if you have forests, whatever. So the environment if it's big enough, I'm talking about games which are not like, let's say, Tetris. You know, Tetris, the environment is very small, right? Sorry. Yeah. So the environment of Tetris is very small. So for environments which are big enough, let's say in games like Call of Duty, a lot of you I know have played Call of Duty, Fortnite, you have this big environment, and then you have characters who are supposed to move in that environment. Now, pathfinding is when an opponent or an enemy character, which is not controlled by any other player, right, is trying to locate you as a player. So let's say I'm a player, right? I'm sitting right here, and the enemy, let's say, is at the corner there, right? That means the path that that enemy will take from there to here, that's the path. Now, that process is called pathfinding. So in games that are using AI, those enemies can use AI to determine the best possible route to take to reach a particular player. And this is important because you do not wish to be in a game where you're just sitting there and no one is attacking you. This is very important. If you're in a game, let's say you're playing Call of Duty, you sit here, you expect that an enemy, no matter how long you stand there, you expect that an enemy will eventually find you and kill you, right? So that's what pathfinding is. So pathfinding itself has three components, which is character movement, movement controls, and obstacles. So character movement is the movement of the actual characters, right? The movement controls is how that movement is controlled. You know, in movement we have many things. You have things like walking, you know, turning, jumping, and all that. And then we have the third, which is obstacles. So obstacles is anything that obstructs the character to reach the destination. So in pathfinding, you can have, for example, in Unity, you'll have things like nav mesh. It's called nav mesh, which is it's a let's call it a tool that helps the character to find where it's going. Now, it's a very complicated technically to explain, but that's the overall idea of pathfinding. So to put it very simply, AI can make it very, instead of you writing very big chunks of code just to enable a character to move from point A to point B, you can just use a simple model that has that intelligence to know that, okay, this is an obstacle, okay, I need to turn left or right, and all these models are trained. All these models are like, you fill them with finding. And the overall effect of using AI in this is that you have enemies which are very quick or which are very efficient in finding the players, which makes the game more engaging. You know, you sit here, an enemy will find you. That's the main aim of pathfinding. So we have some few videos. This is just a case video game which is created in Tanzania. It's called Deviant. We have, as you can see, let me try to play one. Sorry. This. This side. Okay. I want to play the first one. have those two characters. That was a very short video, but we have those two characters. The blue character is the player, right? The player is controlled using these joysticks as the ones that you see on the screen. Let me just try to replay. Okay, but the idea is that you have two characters. The one is the blue one. The player is the blue one. The enemy is the one with the white hairs. So, as you have seen, when the player, the blue character, tries to like run away from the enemy can quickly know that the player is running away from me, and it starts to run after the player, right? So this is a very basic implementation of pathfinding. There can be it can be very advanced and complex than this, but the idea is that you have two characters or any number of characters. They need to find their path towards something. That's pathfinding. Okay, next slide. The other thing is, the other part that I want to cover today is behavior systems. So behavior systems is very simply put, is a system of behaviors for the characters in the game. A system of behaviors mean that how are the characters reacting to the whatever, let's say, the input from the player, or how are the characters reacting to changes in the environment, right? So all of these questions comprise what we call behavior systems. So in behavior systems, we have state management and we have decision making. In every game that you ever play, right, all those characters need to have a certain set of behaviors that they exhibit, right? If a character is a player, that means it's controlled by a player. It will have different behavior systems than the enemy. The enemy is, okay, the enemy can be also controlled by another player, but if the enemy is controlled by, let's say, a computer that you're playing against, or a phone, right? The set of behaviors that you have in the enemy is very different from what you have in the players. So, how does AI come in all of this, right? Now, in technical terms, we have something called reinforcement learning. I know AI practitioners can have an idea of what that is, but basically, it's a form of AI which you are teaching something to behave in a certain way by giving it rewards when it's successful and by, like punishing it when it's not successful. So it's like you're training a baby, right? If you have a baby and you want to train it, let's say to hold a cup, right? So you will show the baby how to hold the cup, right? The baby will be observing you, and then after that, you give the baby the cup so that it can hold for itself. Now, what happens is the baby will either grab the cup correctly, or it can grab the cup in the wrong way. Now, obviously, we don't want to hit babies, but you can put some sort of mechanism to reward when the baby has successfully held the cup the way you taught it to, and some sort of mechanism to discourage the act of it holding the cup wrongly. So you can say, let's say, you can clap for the baby once it's, let's say, it has held the cup correctly, and then you can say, maybe nod your head in denial, just to show it that, the way you have held the cup is not correct. So that is basically the essence of reinforcement learning. Now, how does that relate to what I'm trying to say? In behavior systems, we have said that behavior systems is the way a character behaves in the game, right? So, from the conversation about reinforcement learning, you have, let's say you have a character, right? You are trying to teach it. Let's say you have an enemy character which is controlled by the computer. You are trying to teach it how to play the game better when it's playing with the player. Every player in a game has their own style of playing, right? So now, if you have reinforcement learning, what will happen is that enemy will be observing what the player is doing and learning. So if you like to use, let's say you're playing Call of Duty, you like to shoot a gun a certain way, right? Reinforcement learning, if the player is using reinforcement learning, the enemy, it will eventually pick up your behaviors and then improve itself, right? So you will have, if you are used to do something, eventually the enemy will know, oh, this person likes to do this, this, and this. So even the enemy itself improves in the way it plays with you, So that is the basic idea behind behavior systems. So with AI, you can have this very dynamic way of making these enemies interact with the player, which in turn makes the game very engaging, because it's not constant, right? It keeps changing, it keeps improving, it keeps giving you these very engaging challenges that you constantly will have to overcome. A very straightforward game is very boring, right? If you play a game that is the enemy is the certain way all the time, you get bored quickly. So this reinforcement learning helps us to get that diversity and to keep the game fresh, regardless of how much time you play it. So that's about behavior systems. I think we have a video here. Yeah, as we have seen, we have these two characters. The blue one is let's say it's the player. The ego one is with the white hair is the enemy. Now, as you have seen, the player has been very active, throwing punches, kicks, Now, with reinforcement learning, the enemy is learning all those moves from the player. What will happen eventually is that the enemy will have more knowledge of the player and how to counteract when the player does certain things. So that's basically what I mean by behavior systems. Going forward to the next topic, which is camera control. Okay, now camera control is usually it's a very forgotten but a very important part of gameplay, because how the game or how things are displayed in the game, how certain actions are conveyed, what you see and what you don't see, the times that you see something and you don't see something matters very much while playing a game. So in camera control, AI is very useful for example, in Unity is one of the platforms that is very popular in making games. We have something called Cine Machine. This is an automatic and AI-driven tool that helps you to, if you're making a game, to use that camera very dynamically and very smoothly when you're trying to switch angles, because it can be able to determine, like what to show without you telling it, what to show at what time, and when to follow the player or the enemy, when to switch an angle, when to increase an angle, when to reduce an angle, how to avoid obstacles. Because as you move with the player, you have, the camera can also, not only players meet obstacles, but also the camera as it's moving in the environment, it can also, it can also find obstacles. So how the camera avoids those obstacles can also be very hugely enhanced by using AI. I'm told my time is almost up, so I'll just be quick here. Yeah, as you can see in this environment, we have all these poles and all the player, you can see the player is moving around. So how the camera follows the player when it goes right or left, and how the camera avoids these poles that are in the environment can also be very hugely enhanced by AI. That is the point I was trying to make. The other topic, the other topic is physics. Physics in a game, this is not the study of motion and all that. Physics in the game means everything that is related to how the player, let's say, interacts with the environment, meaning collisions, you have the gravity, and all real-world physical-related things in the environment. So in physics, AI plays a part in the sense that when trying to, let's say, things like collision, in a game, things must collide. Things must collide. One thing must collide with the other, so that we know, what has happened in that particular instance. If you hit somebody, a character, we use collision to detect that character has been hit. That character has been hit. So AI can greatly simplify the process of trying to know when a character is hit or when something has hit another thing very accurately.
Thank you. Thank you very much. If you can just say your last statement, then we can be on discussion. Maybe people can ask you a question, please. Thank you. Give a round of applause for him, please. I think from his presentation, some of you can make video games now. If we can sit there, and I ask the DG just to say a few sentences on employment and ICT and emerging technology. If you come also on the board. DG, can you say something here? Tafadhali. Thank you. Yeah, no. he's telling me to sit on the end, and I say, no, this session has got a lot of changes. So we are trying to incorporate many things, yeah? There was this presentation of this lady, I think, Sarah, which had something to do with enhancing employment. So I wanted the DG just to say a little bit, you know, just briefly, on how has the situation of employment, all right, improved in our country since the introduction of these technologies. And as every time new technologies come in, like now artificial intelligence and all this, is there any increase in matters of employment? Is there any increase in newer jobs coming? Is it giving us advantages and plus? So we can argue all the time on the technology as well. You see, because people have certain fear that, oh, this might take our job. Yeah. And we want to say, no, 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 there are more jobs. And there's always an increase on that one. If you can say something on this, it's important.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mlaki, for such a question. It's a very interesting question because I need to start from 1994-95, when we liberalized our telecommunication industry and we opened the market for private sector to participate in the telecommunication industry of Tanzania. If you can remember very well, when automation started at that time, there were some people who used to be employed in telecommunication companies and sometimes in ships, whose work they used to be called as telephone operators. I think you remember the story of telephone operators. When automation started, those jobs were lost overnight because machines at that time were able to figure out that this phone is supposed to be relayed to which phone automatically. So those people used to listen to phone and then connect, their job were wiped out. Why I'm giving this example is because whenever there's a new technology coming, always there's a displacement of jobs that are happening, especially those types of technology that they create some sort of paradigm shift, some sort. I don't say completely paradigm shift. But during that time, they were saying this automation is not good, it's making people unemployed and things like that. But normally, if you follow the definition of any technology, when a new technology comes and it is getting diffused, it will displace things. And then after time, people they will start to do innovation, because innovation is very keen around that technology. So those people who used to be called telephone operators in 1994, going back, now there are those people who we call them call center officers. And actually, call centers, they have employed 1,000 and 1,000 people more than telephone operators. So many technologies they follow that path. Now we talk about AI. There are people who are fearing, right? So fear is like a knee-jerk effect. When something comes, people will start to fear. But I believe that when we start to do innovation, for example, we have heard today about, of course, we are about to enter into memorandum of understanding with Armaware with regards to foundational model of large language model of Kiswahili. We call it foundational because that's a baseline model. But on top of that model, we'll have specialized model of pharmacists, doctors, teachers, pretty much every profession. Now, whenever you see any model developed of that sort, you have the following specialists that they need to be able to handle that model. One of them is, we call them AI ethicists, someone who is going to look at the code and see, like, for example, if we develop a large language model of Kiswahili, does it have ethics which are connected to the culture of Tanzania? So this is these are type of new of specialization that they are not there now. Then we have chatbot designers, people who are going to do the designing of it. And then if we use that large language model to deploy it in the robot or things like that, so we have robot controllers. So basically, these new technologies, they're creating new types of roles which are not here. Now, whenever we start to see that there's a new type of role which are not here, we'll be faced with two challenges. There's the challenges of those people who are specialists in ICT, but they need to be reskilled into new technologies that are required in an AI era. That's number one. And there is other specialists who are going to be using AI that they need to be retrained. So there are two things, retraining and reskilled. So this is the challenge that is facing us. It's a challenge that we need to follow to ensure that everybody is not left behind. So that's how I can answer your question.
Thank you. Thank you very much, DG. Give a round of applause to the DG for this. This is always very challenging, and he has explained it very, very easily. Just to look at your video games then, are there video games made locally? Is there some Tanzanians making video games, and those video games are available, where you can say we encourage many young people to make video games which are localized? Is that thing there? I know you've explained very well on how the AI works for video games. I'm looking now at it on a slightly higher level for that.
Thank you very much for the question. To answer your question very shortly is that yes, they are there, and it's not one. There are, as of now, I know almost like 4 companies that are making games. But so far, even the videos that I've been showing you today, all is a game that is very locally based. I am part of that team that created that game, right? So, yes, video games are there. We just need you guys to play them, right? Just play them, give us feedback and all that. But yes, that expertise is very, very available locally.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Do you take some of our young people's games which they have and internalize them in the system, or you create new games? I'm looking at things like Marede. I don't know whether you guys played Marede or something like that. Is this possible to put, or you have to put all these wild Rambo things like the one you're showing there?
That's very possible, although that's not the approach that we have taken up to now, because what we have done so far is we have started from scratch, basically, with everything. All the characters that you see there, it's not like they were downloaded from somewhere. All those characters, it's a very Tanzanian, I think he's from Iringa or something. He sat down and, created those characters. You see the characters moving around, the animations, everything is locally made. You see the characters interacting, throwing punches, running around. All those systems are made by Tanzanians locally here. So, to answer your question, we have not yet taken something and integrated into the game. Rather, we have just started from scratch with everything that you have seen there.
Did you want to ask a question?
Yeah, first of all, I must congratulate you for what you're doing, and it's really impressive to know that there are at least more than 4 companies that they are dealing with game design. I used to be involved in animation since 2004 in DIT. I was among those people who created the program of animation. I've watched your game. The sound is very good, at least from the vantage point that I've said there. But I wanted to ask you about character animation. It looks those characters, they're not African characters.
I don't know. I don't know how you would define African, but yes, they look very Western, if that's what you're trying to point out to. But the idea is that those are just animals that have evolved because of some chemical reaction that happened. So we have these, for example, the two characters that were on this video, one is a cat, the blue one, the other one is an eagle. You have seen it has some sort of beak and those white hairs, which is a characteristic of eagles. So yes, you can't say they do not have an African theme, like they are not in Maasai wear or something. But also, just to point out, that is also one of the things that was in conversation, to include characters that are very, relevant to the African context. Okay. Adding, let's say, those traditional clothes, traditional, bracelets. Right. Yeah. So yeah, they are not. They do not. If you look at them, they do not straight point out to Africanism. Yes. However, that conversation is there, and we hope in the future that we can add more characters which are, let's say, representing the African culture more vividly.
Thank you. And congratulations for what you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody in the floor who wants to ask one question or make one intervention before we close up here? No, everybody is happy on this one. So, there's one there, please. If you give him the microphone, please. Just be brief. And then when we do that, we'll have the last word from Kileo, then from the guy from Mbiha, and then the DG, and then we'll close. Please.
Thank you. I think congratulations for the game. I was curious a bit on how you did the reinforcement learning. I'm assuming, let's say you did Unity. Was it like you are taking the environment feedback, you sending it to some training pipeline, and then the pipeline is giving you the feedback to give you action for Unity to take this? So I'm just curious a bit on the process you did to do reinforcement for your character, because I think it could be extended in something like robotics, because you don't have a lot of data to train these physical characters. So what you could do is you can use the reinforcement learning to train a lot of those environments and then fine-tune it to actually robotics. So can you talk a bit maybe briefly on your training process of thank you.
Okay, if you can answer that, Mbiha, and then say a few closing words as well after what you've answered, then Kileo will have also the floor for that.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. I know you're a very technical AI guy, so when I said reinforcement learning, I expected a question from you. But to answer your question, in reinforcement learning, what you do basically is you have an environment, right? You have a character, right? The environment has, you set up some sort of points. Let's say if I'm training an AI to recognize that if I hit something, that's a bad thing, right? What happens is you'll have that point of reference that this, when I hit this, it's a wrong thing, then I shouldn't hit this, right? So what happens is there are things called ML agents in Unity with the form of machine learning agents. So those agents, the character that is going to hit acts as an agent. And then there is a way that you set up the whole process in such a way that there is a model that collects that feedback, right? So if something good, I mean, if something that you want happens and it has happened, then the model reinforces its understanding that, okay, this is good. But if something happens and it's not what you wanted to happen, then the model has to relearn that this is not what is supposed to happen. Rather, what I did prior, which was right, is what is more required to happen. So I understand it's not very technical, but that's the overview of the whole process. Yeah.
Okay, just a closing statement. Do you have anything to say for closing?
For closing, first of all, thank you very much for being very attentive to my speech. The other thing I would like to say is we have a game. It's called Deviant. I don't know, you guys go check it out. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you. Can you give it to Kileo, please?
Thank you very much for the good work that you're doing. Actually, first I have a concern. Currently in Tanzania, we have a project called Child Online Protection. We are protecting kids with all those threats that we find them online. And a lot of our kids, they love playing games. And one of the things that we normally ask these people who are behind those games is to put control measures that they can protect those kids who are playing with those games that they created. Because sometimes you find those kids are playing games with people that they do not know, and eventually later on they find themselves in a lot of troubles. So what are the control measures you put in place for those games that we can assure the audience that it will be, they are going to be safer for kids to play and they cannot be exposed to any external threats? That is one. Number two, I would just also want to conclude is that today I was outside there. I met 3 students from University of Dar es Salaam. One was telecom, another was electrical, and another one from engineering, computer engineering. So that teaches me that when you're dealing with AI, you may need a lot of skills that will eventually produce a lot of jobs for the startups, for youth and so on. An example, for example, we have for AI to operate, it needs sensors. We need those who will create those sensors to detect people and other things. We need data. How are we going to feed those data to those equipments? We need someone who will write codes to make sure that AI perform a certain activity. So we need engineers, software engineers, and so on. So I think it's for us to think outside the box, create more opportunities when new technologies arise or a new technologies comes at our doorsteps, so that at least we can not only find ourselves in fear, but instead find ourselves in a position where now we start thinking on innovations, how we can create more jobs on this new technology, like Dr. there, how he mentioned clearly that this is how I think all of us need to look at it in that way. That's what I wanted to finalize on my statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG. Just to...
Well, to sum up, is like the way you posed the question to me, that we need to look at these technologies as a means on how we can innovate, and through innovation that we can ensure our economy will always grow and compete with others. And youth are the one that we depend on. They are the one that they use technology all the time. It's difficult to see a gamer who is of my age. So I was thrilled to see my colleague here that is into games. In the area of computer games, there is a big demand of African games. That's why I asked you about the character animation. There are many stories in Africa from different tribes which have not been animated, and which I think if you go to that area, it's an area that there's no competition at all, and people, they would like to get those kind of stories as games, and they can be sold anywhere. So I urge you to continue to do what you're doing. ICT Commission will support you in any way that you want us to support, to ensure that also we become a game engine of Africa if possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause for the presenters then. Yeah? Do you want to answer, or you can answer outside? Do you want his question? You want to answer? Okay, I'll give you 1 minute just to answer. Yeah?
Okay, so my colleague here asked about how we control the safety of children while they're playing games. So, first of all, just to put it very clear, is that the game that we have made is safe for everyone to play. From kids of 3 years to, I don't know, 100-year-old people. It's not restrictive as to who can play. That's one. It's very safe. The content is very safe to everyone. But the controls that are usually around games, just to avoid, kids playing things which they are not supposed to access, is first of all, all these mobile game distributors, the likes of PlayStation, Xbox, you have Google Play Store, you have Apple Store, all these, before you put anything in there as a game, you have to follow a series of answering questions just to make sure that you have correctly labeled your game. Let's say if it's not supposed to be accessed for children who are under 18, you have to specifically specify that. If they are not supposed to be accessed for children who are under, let's say, 13, you have to specifically specify that. And these processes are usually, they are very, let's say, rigorous, because you cannot upload anything, because they cross-check. You cannot upload anything that is in the realm that is not accepted.
Thank you. Yeah. Right, thank you. That's what we have time for. I want to return the podium to the overall moderator. Please, let's take a photo here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A round of applause to them, please. For those who have read the Bible, David was appointed king due to his faithfulness, but humbleness as well as patience. I want to thank you all who have been patient enough to be here until this hour. May I ask our living God to give you a certain kingdom in your life for your patience and your humbleness. We have come to the end of day 3. Tomorrow we have a very different timetable. I would like to call my colleague here to give you the announcement for tomorrow and today. And I thank you so much. And for those who are humble enough to clap for me, you'll be blessed. Thank you very much.
Yes, hello again. It's time for announcements. As we prepare for a closing ceremony, again, I would like to remind you to use our own technology to ensure that you are giving us feedback. We have a QR code display on the screen. So if you have any thoughts or something you like to ask, you didn't get an opportunity to ask during the sessions or the session during the day since the opening ceremony. So you can scan, send your question, your thoughts, or any comments. Also, I would like to encourage you to share your thoughts, photos, and highlights on social media. But when posting, please, use hashtag for today is hashtag day 3, hashtag TAIC 2024. Thank you. For tomorrow, obviously we are going to start very early tomorrow. Our session will start at 8:30 in the morning. And breakfast will be served from 7 a.m. until 8:15. And the buffet will be closed at 8:15 in the morning. So after the buffet closed, no one will be able to get a breakfast. So please make sure you come early tomorrow and get your breakfast. Obviously, continue networking because our breakfast is a networking breakfast. So you start engaging with our presenters, our moderators, while we're having breakfast. So please come early and enjoy the networking breakfast. And the first session will begin around 8:30 a.m. in the morning. Thank you. So again, I'll just repeat in Swahili. Ndugu washiriki, tunapojiandaa kufunga siku ya tatu, siku ya leo ambao kongamano letu limefunguliwa rasmi na Mheshimiwa Waziri wa Habari, Mawasiliano na Teknolojia ya Habari. Na wakumbusha tena kwamba kama kuna mtu yeyote hakupata nafasi ya kuuliza swali wakati wa zile sessions zinaendelea kuanzia asubuhi mpaka sasa hivi, unaweza ukascan kwenye QR codes iliyoko mbele ya screen hapa, ukauliza swali, ukatuma maoni au ukatuma kitu chochote kile ambacho unaona kwamba tunaweza either tukaimprove au kuuliza swali kwenye specific session au panel discussion. Lakini vile vile wakati najua wengi wetu tumepiga picha humu, kwa hiyo wakati mna share picha kwenye social media, tunawaomba muendelee kutumia hashtag. Obviously una tag ICT Commission, tuko kwenye Instagram, tuko kwenye X na tuko kwenye LinkedIn. Kwa hiyo tunawaomba muendelee kushare, lakini tunaomba mtumie hashtag ya kwanza ni hashtag day 3, lakini ya pili ni hashtag TAIC 2024. Kwa ajili ya kesho, kongamano letu kesho siku ya 4 litaanza saa 2:30 asubuhi. Kwa hiyo kabla ya kuanza kutakuwa kuna chai ambayo itatolewa kuanzia saa 1 kamili asubuhi mpaka saa 2:15. Na baada ya hapo hakutakuwa tena na muda wa chai. Na kongamano litaanza saa 2:30 asubuhi kesho. Kwa hiyo nawashukuru sana, karibuni sana, na obviously namkaribisha MC aweze kuja kumkaribisha mkurugenzi kwa ajili ya kufunga. Okay, nimeambiwa nimkaribishe. Okay, I would like to call upon the Director General of ICTC, Dr. Nkundwe Mwasaga, for sharing a wrap-up of today and a closing remark. A round of applause to our Dr. Nkundwe Mwasaga. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Tumaini. You're so kind for this opportunity to
just wrap up what we have discussed today. We had a very eventful day, an opening ceremony for our conference, which was very successful, to be honest. And we had a number of presentations which was covered today in the area of an AI-powered and knowledge society, where we have a number of presentations. The moderator was Dr. George Muramura, and we had a presentation from European Union. We had a presentation from the Director of Digital Transformation City of Tampere, and other presentations which were very, very insightful. And then we had an event of UNESCO, which they were launching a study on how to assess the readiness of AI of Tanzania, of which will lead to other programs which are going to be implemented in our country. And that session was moderated, of course, with experts from the UNESCO. And then we had a session that has to do with development of Swahili language model by experts from Almaware of Italy. And this was moderated by Dennis Karugaba. And tomorrow, the good news is we are going to sign an MOU with Almaware in the morning, and which will lead to the bigger project of developing foundational model of Swahili in Tanzania, and which we have seen and from their presentation is an open source. So being an open source, it can help other people to create specialized model on top of it. This is a very exciting news for our country because it solidifies Kiswahili to be a language that can be used in AI era, and it's a good news for other developers. We had a presentation or a session which was moderated by our Shireen, which was very exciting. We held a lot of good things that we can share together from experts from Italy and other places, and also from one of our own ESA. And the session which was just moderated by Mr. Teofil Imlaki, I was a part of them, and with also my colleagues, Kileo, and a gentleman that created GAME, which is very exciting for us to see that we are into that area of ICT, and the games nowadays, they use AI, especially to track the movement of the characters. I've been moved with that, and as ICT, we want to work with them to ensure that we expand that group of gamers. Like the way I commented in the session is games, there is a void in the area of African games. So the more people we get who are going to chart out a way in that area, the better for us. And of course, even the large language model can be used in such a kind of area because there are many applications once you have a foundational model. So what we are going to sign tomorrow is a new journey in our area to solidify Kiswahili and to be truly the language that can be used and deployed anywhere in the world. So with these few things, I want to say to you, thank you very much for devoting your time up till now. We are looking forward to see you in the morning. We are going to start a much area tomorrow. We have the full programs. We want to ensure that all the experts, they can share us great knowledge that they have and making TAIC really an exciting event. So with these few words, I thank you very much. Looking forward to see you tomorrow. Asante sana.